Probably have people wandering in, coming to join us. I believe that the Jimmy Wells session in the plenary room finished a little bit late, so we'll just allow people to join us as they arrive. I don't want to kick the schedule out too far. That's the reason that I want to get started rather than waiting any longer. Good morning, Erin. How are you doing? Okay, so welcome to the Open Data Room at this conference, the State of Open Conference 2023. This is obviously our second day, and I recognise some of our guests from yesterday, but also some new faces joining us. So welcome to everyone. I'm Emma Thwaites. I'm from the Open Data Institute, and we're really proud to have curated this room. And we also were part of the, well, we entered some entries into the CFP process, but we were also part of the judging panel. And if that sounds like a bit of a conflict, we stepped away from judging the entries that we'd submitted ourselves. It's not a stitch up. Okay. So Sonia Cooper was the chair of our CFP committee. Sonia is from Microsoft. Some of you might know her. She's going to be joining us later on today in the room. And I'd also like to thank the panel who joined us to do that judging process over the Christmas break. So they were Volker Buscher, Wenhua Lee, Alex Butler, Louise Burke, Rob Bryan, Jennifer Punier, Ian Watt and Paul Clark. So a huge thank you to them. And we had an amazing set of entries through the CFP process, a really high quality and many more talks and panels than we could accommodate across the 2 days. So I'd just like to thank anyone who is here or who is listening, who submitted, whether you were successful or not. Thank you very much for entering. And before we get started with our first session of the day, there's just a couple of housekeeping things. So I'm going to do my very best to keep everyone running to time. Most of the sessions do have time for Q&A, but not for loads of questions. So if you don't get your question in or you have a point that you'd like to make to a panellist, please do catch them in the breaks, over coffee or over lunch, to carry on the conversation. Okay, so let's begin. Now, it's almost impossible to have a discussion about open data, or any other kind of data for that matter, without using the words trust, trustworthy, or trusted. Trust in data and in data processes has the potential to unlock great value for the economy, society, and the environment. It can improve public services and increase efficiency and effectiveness in business, not to mention stimulate innovation. But what needs to happen next in the data ecosystem to ensure that open data and data across the spectrum can be trusted? Our next panel is titled Trust Me, Trust My Open Data, and it's chaired by Angela Baker, my colleague, and the Data Assurance Programme Lead at the ODI. Angela.
Thanks, Emma. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. As Emma said, we might not have a huge amount of time for questions at the end, but we will try and take some. And if you don't have time to get your question answered, you can come and grab any of us after the session. So I'd like to introduce my panel quickly before we get started. At the end, we have Sue Daly, who is the Director of Tech and Innovation at Tech UK. Then we have Emily Campbell-Ratcliffe, Head of AI Assurance from the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation. And then we have Kevin Keith, the Chair of the UK Open Government Network. So a great panel to talk about our trust issues today. So
our trust issues.
Well, we might have issues.
That's a completely different panel.
It's a different panel. It's a safe space. So what I'd like to start with is a question to the panel. What needs to happen next in the data ecosystem to ensure that open data and data across the spectrum can be trusted? That's quite a big question. So, Sue, if I could start with you from the Tech UK side.
Yeah, it's a big question, and it's like a panel all in itself. And it's, oh, hello. It's a real thrill to be here. Morning, everybody. And it's a really important topic, and really great that we're discussing this at the beginning of today as well, because I'd imagine what we're going to talk about is going to feed into all of your discussions in the room today. I mean, we've come a long way, right? We're doing some great things. I'm sure we'll touch on this right now. Progress and momentum in recognizing trust as a really, I would say trust and confidence in data is a really important topic for how we get this right and unlock the power and value of data for our economy, society, and the planet. Last year, that was 2022, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Last year, Tech UK, we did a piece of work around getting the UK back on track in terms of data sharing and open data and looking at where we're going in the direction of travel, kind of taking a bit of a sense check of how far we've got and what we still need to do going forward. And obviously, trust was a key component of that, but also looking at the kind of mechanics and how data flows through the UK, through industry and academia and government, and how do we get that right. And the three things that we kind of highlighted as really important for getting data sharing right, and therefore data trust right, is one, making sure we've got the right data governance, frameworks in place and that people understand it and know what those legal and regulatory frameworks can do to support them to get this right. Two is to make sure we got the market environment right, so it enables, incentivizes data sharing, but data sharing with trust. And then three is that culture of trust, and that culture, those three words there's quite a lot unpacked in that. But if we can get those three right, we think that's important for moving us forward. And I'll pause there because we've not much time.
Culture and trust, it's quite a nebulous word, isn't it, trust? And I think trying to pin it down is really useful so people can split it out. So I think that's really useful to kind of
it means
put it
different
into
things
three.
to different people as well, which I'm sure
Yes.
we'll touch on as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sue. Emily.
Yeah, I think actually kind of moving on from that. So in the kind of the assurance program that I run at the centre, and kind of I think similarly with you, Angela, we speak about trust. When we talk about trust, we talk about what we call justified trust. So that is kind of where systems are both trusted and trustworthy. So we kind of work to ensure that systems are trustworthy by kind of agreeing upon specific standards and kind of measurement techniques to ensure that systems are appropriately kind of and effectively analysed so people know that they can trust them. And then it's also about them being trusted. So how do you effectively communicate that kind of trust to the general public in different kind of contexts? Because obviously what you need to communicate will be different across those different contexts, and that's something that we kind of work towards both in terms of kind of trying to create what we call an assurance ecosystem, so ensuring that those tools and kind of agreed upon common language standards exist, and then also testing with the public kind of what they want to see, how we effectively communicate that so that people can look at kind of systems, which obviously we're kind of talking a step further than just data, but it's kind of one and the same, really. Yeah. But that's kind of how we talk about it. So more of this kind of justified trust with the kind of trusted nature and trustworthiness.
And I think getting people to understand how they can trust things is very important. And the link with the AI and the data is absolutely direct, isn't it? You have to have trusted data to feed your trusted AI system. And what about from a civil society point of view?
Yeah, no, it's interesting about what next, isn't it? I mean, from my perspective, what next is kind of what should have happened maybe 15 years ago, which is actually a broader societal conversation about these issues, because it hasn't really happened. There have been moments, sort of 2014, 2015, when open data in particular was kind of getting there, big innovation agenda, front and centre, top of government, and it was starting to filter out. To some extent, it feels a little bit like it's just been lost somewhat. I was speaking to someone earlier saying, and even the spectrum of conversation on open data is now being squeezed by artificial intelligence, machine learning. It's been squeezed and it hasn't crossed over. It may be the way that we hoped. I sort of do a lot of work with the Open Government Partnership, which is a 76-country international global movement set up about 10, 11 years ago around the principles of accountability, transparency and participatory and inclusive government. And there are lots of good work that goes on through that and commitments and civil society working with government to drive things forward. But it's always a challenge to then take that next step. And we have so many examples where, whether it's care data, whether it's sort of GDPR, whether it's algorithms related to education, where you can see that because we haven't had that first conversation, society at times doesn't quite grasp what it is that we're talking about. And the relationship about the conversation about trust never really gets off the ground, I think. So for me, it's a sense of urgency, more leadership, and sort of a concentration on a real focus on how we can engage more people in this conversation.
Kevin, how do you think we could do that? What would be the first step in doing that?
Well, I suppose we're here talking about data assurance, which is really the kind of processes through which we start to develop those relationships and people do have confidence. But trust's really interesting because even assurance itself, when you think about, I know this is sort of slightly sort of meta or almost philosophical, when you think about who you trust, it's not necessarily the people who always do the things kind of in the most, it might just be a family member. It might even be someone who shows vulnerability. And it's because they've showed vulnerability that you then therefore trust them. How does that fit in with data assurance? How would you show vulnerability? You can't, can you? So there are real challenges with the very word trust and how we as a society will interact with things around assurance. But there are ways in which we can put people into the process. You know, there are examples around data trusts popping up, or there are examples where civil society and others are coming together, and it's maybe a more deliberative methods to take decisions around sort of wicked challenges that society faces. I think increasing those is a big part of it. I know the CDEI have done work around, if you're not very digital literate, you just don't get this at all. If you don't get the basics, you're not going to be involved in this conversation. There's possibly an awful lot of work that still needs to take place around digital literacy. I think something like 75% of people who aren't kind of digitally literate are not involved in this conversation. They don't have any understanding of how data is being used. So they're not even on the pitch to some extent. So there are some of the fundamentals. But I suppose the crucial point is, how can we engage people? How can we bring people into this process around governance and maybe even some of the models around assurance?
Yeah, can
I was going to come to you, Sue, actually.
Oh,
Yes, perfect.
It's just two really, really great points. Just two things I would say is, like, I think there's also a part of not just who you trust, but are we, and I've been saying this for a number of years, so perhaps we need to continue to say this, how do we, and it's an overused phrase, but how do we bring people on this journey with us, right? How do we explain enough to people what their data means? You know, if I use this data in this certain way and be open and transparent, and this is how it's being used, we could unlock this, or we could achieve this, or this is what we could do for your family or your community, or to help cure an uncurable disease up to now. If we can explain that to people, we get their not just trust, but I think confidence as well, that, okay, yeah, look, I understand that, and therefore, yeah, I want to use my data for that, right? How do we get to that point of going, well, why aren't you asking to use my data? Because I would share my data to help with that. The other thing I think, just on the point of the conversation, I think the ethics conversation has really helped, right? Yeah. I've been on, and there have been numerous, not just because I've been there, but like citizens juries, like the ICO has done citizens juries, other organizations have done citizens juries around algorithms, and this was, you know, a couple of years ago, but it started that conversation. It's not a tick box exercise, right? You have to continue that conversation. But I think that citizens jury approach that the AI conversation has kind of helped create could be really useful for moving us forward as well.
Yeah, sorry, can
Yes,
I also
please, yes.
just jump in there? But kind of on your first point, and also Kevin, you mentioned vulnerability, and so you kind of talked about, you know, and helping people understand what their data is being used for and why, and what the effects are. I think, you know, you can kind of encompass that all in transparency, right? You know, when people are vulnerable, that's kind of
Putting it all out there.
Putting it all out there, and that's them being transparent. I think, you know, if we kind of, one of the key tenets of data ethics is transparency, and I think, you know, for trustworthiness and for things to be trusted,
Being able to challenge
and, you know, hold things accountable, you really need that transparency element, and I think that kind of encompasses.
Yeah, I completely agree. And just one other thing as well. I mean, trust, and this is often said, it's context specific, isn't it? People trust things at different times. I often think the pandemic was a great example of how the conversation with regards to trust and data could go, should go, and shouldn't go. You know, it was, you know, the Overton window whereby at particular times of crises, the political spectrum sort of expands and governments can tend to do more because people appreciate the need for the government to act in a certain way. And you often see it in times of crises, but it's not necessarily always the best time to have detailed conversations about data and rights associated with data, because the problem, the language we use is really difficult as well. This notion of it being my data is really not helpful, but rights associated with data and how that fits into the system is much more helpful. But in context of the pandemic, you could see how it was going to evolve. There was such an obvious way that data could support this the process, be it through vaccination or be it through enabling people to know, you know, areas where there's high rates of COVID and various other things. But it quickly broke down into conversations about, okay, which is the more secure system? How's that going to map out? And this wasn't necessarily a conversation with the public, this was a conversation with those in the know. But then it starts to filter out and people start to get concerns about privacy because we haven't really had the conversation about how data is used and can be beneficial. And then before you know, privacy starts to outweigh that. And then before you know, it's pretty much just closed down and you don't really have and you know, maybe an app that could have been as effective as it could have been. We saw the same with GDPR as well, and 1 million people kind of opting out. And I think, again, because we hadn't had the conversation, genuine conversation about some of the fundamentals in this issue, the privacy kind of debate kind of kicks in, and we're back to square one as well. Outside of the pressing need or even the crisis, we just need to have the conversation now across society. It matters so much. It's been urgent for so many years, but we just need to have it now without waiting for the next crisis before we try and get things done.
I mean, I think personal data is that's a big topic, isn't it? But some of the research we've done at the ODI is showing that it's organisations who are publishing data who want to show that they have that data can be trusted and can be used, and that can also help unlock the value of that data. Emily, what would you say about the role of standards in that kind of more ecosystem of organisations who are trying to publish data?
So for us, I think we very much view standards as kind of this common language that kind of, you know, help ensure that kind of more systems, but also, I suppose, data sets, open data can be trusted by people because there is a kind of common comparison internationally. It's interoperable. You can kind of have these common standards to measure against, to test against, and then you understand kind of, you know, what a data set means or what kind of data it holds and its limitations. And I think, so there's those technical standards, but I mean, it's not quite standards, it's more norms. But something that we, you know, kind of also talk about is, I think often people forget to, I suppose, kind of talk openly about the limitations of certain data sets, and then, you know, people build models based on those data sets, and they say, oh, this is this wonderful model, but it's kind of like, okay, well, what was the data missing? And no one really wants to kind of, everyone, particularly in my space, you know, is kind of loves to hype. And I think kind of having this kind of standard of talking about the limitations, talking about the potential kind of risks involved with using certain data sets also will kind of eventually build trust, because otherwise you get this kind of hype cycle where everything's hyped up and then something goes wrong because no one's talked about the limitations of the kind of data that it was built on, and then public trust falls again. And so kind of having, I suppose, kind of standards but also norms of talking about those things and kind of responsible use and publication of data and models based on the data is also really important. So kind of both these technical standards and I suppose more cultural standards, but norms really.
Yeah, I think that's so important.
Yes.
Like, challenge the data. We need to, you know, challenge what the data is telling us. But we agree, and we think one area where, I'm sure this probably came up yesterday, where standards could really play a role is around data quality, right? So data quality. If I had £1 every time data quality was mentioned to me in a week, I'd be a much richer woman than I am. No, I'm not rich, really. So data quality, how could standards help to really overcome that challenge of data quality? Because data quality then goes to, well, do I trust what this data is telling me? And then if I trust it, then I can help explain to other people why they should trust it. And then you have the loop of trust. There you go. The loop of trust.
That's a good phrase.
Yeah, thank you. And it's so important. So how can standards help to overcome what is a core challenge, whether you're a large business, a small business, an SME, or, you know, one person, the quality of the data.
And along with standards, what about ethics? You mentioned it earlier. Obviously, at the ODI, we do a lot of work in the ethics space. That can also help build that trust. Do you agree, Sue?
Absolutely, particularly as we're talking about not just what does data mean for me and what does this data say about me, which perhaps is the conversation we were having 15 years ago, right? But also now, well, how are decisions being made about me based on my data? So particularly relevant to AI, but it's relevant to other technologies as well, of course. But increasingly, data is being used in AI systems and algorithms by, you know, public sector, private sector, beyond. So how can we build trust and confidence in those systems? Because they are, as we all know, becoming part of our everyday life, and they will increasingly. But they're driven by data, right? It's just math and data. So it's not magic, it's just data, I heard someone say, which is brilliant. So how do you trust, you know, how do you build confidence in those systems, in that data? It's being able to think about, well, not just what does this mean in terms of the data, but what does this mean in terms of people? How do we make sure that human beings, human values at the core of how we develop, how we design, how we implement, and how we adopt and use these systems? So making sure that systems are explainable, are transparent, challenges, you know, decisions made on in these systems with data can be challenged, can be explained. those kind of ethical concepts brought into technology, which has been fascinating. I mean, Tech UK, we've been working on this for, as you know, probably about 6-7 years now. And it's a really important issue that, to be really clear, industry want to get right as well, right?
Yes.
Want to get this right. So how do we get this right? I think the UK has a really good strength in that kind of ethics community that's evolved over the number of years, well ahead of the conversation of the EU or the US. So we need to build on that, right? And to Kevin's point, we need to build on that community to help us bring people into that conversation, which I think has started, but I agree, ethics as well is not a tick box exercise.
No.
It's something we're going to have to continue to talk about as technology evolves.
Yeah, no, I remember when the ODI did like an ethics map.
Yeah, we've got a data ethics canvas.
Yeah.
Available for
There'd
free
be
from our
dragons
website.
in it, and there was a
Oh
dragon.
no, that's a map.
Oh, okay.
But it was great to see, because I think for the first time, I mean, lots of people have been having that conversation, but it's just helpful when you see something kind of mapped out, and that people have spent a long time kind of contributing to that. Because again, I mean, I often use the phrase that the value of data is intrinsically linked to the value we have in each other. If we value each other and we have the right kind of relationship, we will unlock the value of data too. And it does boil down to some of those fundamentals. But on ethics, I think in particular, I think there has to be that point of, I think language is really important. I think communication is really important. So even if you look at sort of algorithm transparency and the way in which different places around the world are actually explaining how algorithms have a role in terms of decision making, some places are far better than others. I mean, the UK is sort of one of the leading countries in this area, but some places have a really kind of simplified kind of language. But the level of kind of recourse the public has as well is very clear. So what if this algorithm makes a decision and I'm happy about, how do I then, and is it human kind of to human, or, those kind of processes matter.
Yep.
I think Ada Lovelace have done some, they did some work, sort of general work on trust. And they said, listen, most people will accept their data, use that phrase there, data can be shared, but ideally in a way that's ethical. There is a sort of resistance if it's going to be used for financial gain. But I mean, that sort of contradicted somewhat in the way that we all kind of sign up to apps without even batting an eyelid and just tick, 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 yeah, click, accept it all. So it's kind of contradicted that. But there is a general sense that people will, if they understand the ethical context in which data is being used to advance aspects of health, for example.
Which is progress in itself, right? If people are thinking about this in that way, and obviously a survey is not the full story, but are understanding it, then that to me is a good thing. It's a good challenge, right? Challenge it, ask the questions, because that's what we need to do to get this right.
Still some complexities in there, though. There was this notion of data trust deficit, whereby people trust the NHS, but they may not necessarily trust the NHS with data. And there's still those kind of issues within that. We might trust an organisation's brand, but we might not trust what that organisation does as part of its, kind of day-to-day. So.
Yeah.
I'm really aware of time. We've got a few minutes left. It's gone so quickly. Do we have any questions from our lovely audience?
We knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, I knew it.
Guaranteed.
Too much.
Ed.
Thanks, Angela. Ed Parsons
Could you
from
just
Google.
wait for a second, sorry, because we're streaming, we need to get microphones.
Oh.
here. It's a bit clunky, I'm so sorry, just so that our audience online can hear.
We could stay here all day, though, if that would help. We can just
I'm
get the...
sure our other speakers will yeah. We've got loads of topics.
Yeah, bring it on.
Great. Is that working? Perhaps. Thank you. Ed Parsons from Google. When can we put personal data in a box? Because there's lots of other types of data that we have to worry about capture. Perhaps, indeed, most of the data that is captured and created at the moment isn't personal data. But we always get sucked into worrying about personal data and the ethics of that. How do we change the conversation to recognize that there are lots of other types of data that it's equally important to get open and accessible to people?
Yeah.
Well, great question, Ed. And actually today we've launched our data assurance white paper at the ODI, which is not all about personal data. So I'd like to direct you all to have a look at that. But you're completely correct. It's very easy from a personal point of view to think about your own data that you don't own. But actually we're thinking more about the value of data in the data ecosystem, which is not actually all personal data.
Yeah.
Emily, I don't know if you've got a...
Yeah, great question. On our minds all the time. I think it's really hard. There's a kind of realistically, there's just a kind of ongoing educational piece to kind of remind people that, when we talk about data, we don't just mean personal data. Sometimes we do, but we don't always. And I think it's more about, we spoke, Kevin, about this previously, kind of there's a lot of work to do in kind of engaging the public and helping them to understand the different types of data. And also even, in government, we work with a lot of other government departments, kind of helping them to promote innovation in a kind of ethical way. And as soon as you mention kind of data, again, their minds go straight to personal data. And I think just kind of making sure that there are kind of bodies who can kind of educate those groups and kind of move the conversation along, then hopefully once you kind of, it multiplies, right? You kind of teach one directorate that we don't just mean personal data, we mean all these other types of data, and then they'll hopefully, raise it when they get told, oh, you're talking about personal data. No, we're not. So it's kind of, I'm not sure there's an easy answer, to be honest. Otherwise we would have solved it by now. But I think there's obviously an educational piece, and it's kind of both in terms of kind of industry, government, and the general public. There's kind of education a piece all across those areas, and kind of organisations like Tech UK, like ourselves with government and others publicly. But Kevin.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I normally say that. It's the one panel I haven't said it. Let's just remember that not all data is personal data, so thank you for that. But I would also just say, though, that just because it's not personal data doesn't mean there may not be ethical issues or that needs to be part of the conversation. So as we all know, data can lead to information, can lead to insights, and then it's how those insights are used in an ethical and responsible way. So I don't think we can divide the ethics conversation from personal, non-personal, but completely agree. And the report I mentioned that we published last year is around business data. It's obviously there's some lines where it blurs, but yes, absolutely, it's around B2B data and how do we get that right, not just for industry and society, but scientific research and other things. Absolutely.
Yeah,
great point.
Just on the fundamentals around different types of data, open, share, closed. It's not really out there, is it? We just talk about data as this big lump. No notion of it being even co-created. The relationship between different parties. So it's a very valid point. I think that to some extent, politics often comes into it, and politics is often related to kind of public data, and often political decisions impact on resources and on leadership on particular issues, and maybe that's why there is such an emphasis.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed. Emma, I think we've run out of time, but as Sue said, we could actually sit here all day.
Yeah.
So if you want to find us in the exhibition, or we'll hang around here for a little bit, do come and talk to us. Do have a look at the ODI website. We've got our data ethics canvas is available under an open data license. And as I said, our white paper on data assurance is published today. So have a look at that and contact me if you've got any questions. But I'd like to thank Sue, Emily and Kevin for their insights today. Lots of great information. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a short break now, about 5 minutes, to get our next speakers settled. They're waiting in the wings, and we are going to be talking about AI and synthetic data, so that's all to come. So let's make a start. Welcome back, everyone, to the Open Data Room at the State of Open Conference. It's really great to see you for this second day of talks and panels. We're now going to dig into the incredible topics of AI, open source and synthetic data. And we've got 2 short talks in this section. And I'm going to say very little so that we get the maximum amount of time with both of our speakers. The presenters are Armando Vieira, who's a data scientist from Vamstar, an AI-enabled supply chain platform that matches healthcare suppliers to buyers, and Fergus Kidd, the emerging technology engineering lead at Avanade, is that right? Yeah, got it right. So Armando and Fergus, over to you.
Great, thank you so much. So hi everyone, and thanks very much for coming. I'm going to sort of kick things off. This is just a little introduction to us, Armando and Fergus. But thank you so much for the introduction. So what we're going to talk about today is a little bit around some generative AI. It's a super hot topic at the moment, really at the forefront of our minds. And then have a little look about how some of the open source projects are actually driving innovation in this area. And then Armando's going to speak to you about synthetic data in practice and dealing with privacy. So really, another really hot topic we've just had a great session about as well. So I'd like to start with generating text, code, and images. So really using AI, all of the innovation to generate new content. You'll be familiar with some of the technologies and the products that I'm about to share with you. So I'll go through this slowly, but you may be very familiar with things like ChatGPT in the news, GPT-3. You may also be familiar with GitHub Copilot, and then also image rendering like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, technologies like DALL-E. This is a really rapidly expanding space in generative AI. So what I've done here is in red boxes, I've put sort of products and paid for closed source projects. And in green, I've put open source alternatives. And I'll speak a little bit about those open source projects and how innovation is being driven through the open source and through what is, quite frankly, quite astounding mass participation from our communities, because this is really exciting technology that a lot of people, and some of whom are quite new to coding technology, are really interested in using, and we'll explore a little bit about why that is. So I put the tagline, where there's a project, there's an OS alternative. It's kind of, in these 2 examples, it's interesting because where we have paid for projects, we have open source, but also there's examples like Stable Diffusion, where actually Stable Diffusion, which I'll show you more about, was ahead of the game in the open source, and people have been making and developing products from that technology and kind of profiting off the back of it, which is interesting. So the most obvious one and the one that's been the biggest in the news and the media is OpenAI. But despite the name, not so open. They're not actually open sourced. You can't get access to the model itself and the data. It's behind a paywall. You can pay to use the API. They're open in the sense that they're open about what they're doing and how they're doing it, not necessarily in the code that runs it. So a lot of great products that are coming out from GPT-3. The most notable in the media is obviously ChatGPT, which hopefully you've all tried out. If you haven't, I'd encourage you to wait in their queue and give it a go. Also, tools like GitHub Copilot, which is a generative text-based trained on a codex with GPT-3, and is really amazing at generating code snippets, helping you learn to program, helping you to complete tasks faster. We'll talk a little bit about the ethics and some of the problems that come with that. I just wanted to share with you, though, that we are starting to see open source projects in these areas. But the problem, especially with text generation and image generation specifically, is that there's so much data that needs to go into this. All of these have done huge trawls of the internet to scrape data, and that's where the kind of value is in these models, and that's where the difficulty with being open and sharing is, because that's kind of the secret sauce. There is a project called Facebook OPT, which is the O is for open, pre-trade transformer, that you can have a look at. And again, they're open with where their data sets come from, and you can use the model in a more open way, but not quite as much as GPT-3. So what are we actually talking about? I'd like to use images as an example because I think it makes for a more interesting presentation. This is an example from Stable Diffusion. I've just put this here to remind myself, but actually the data subset was trawled from a huge internet crawl that was done for image and text pairs to chain these. So the setup I've given it is a conference room with an audience set up in London with a super cool presentation, because that's where we are, right? So this is Stable Diffusion, completely open source. You can find their GitHub. These will be uploaded afterwards, so you can find all these links if you'd like to. You can go and find their models and actually play around with them, run them on your own hardware, run them on your own GPUs, which is great. Some of the competitors on other products, like what's it called? I can't even remember. I put it on the slide there. Midjourney, that's the one. Products like Midjourney, you have no control over where those are running or the interface that you're using. They don't have an API. Whereas Stable Diffusion, you can actually run on your own hardware, which is really interesting. You can see, so this is a completely generated image from this service. So you can see the general theme's pretty good. We can see some interesting artifacts, like in the chairs look a bit strange. People's faces, even though they're looking from the back, are a bit odd. There's just something a little bit unusual about it. It doesn't deal very well with text, things like that, for example. The paid-for version with exactly the same prompt from Midjourney has given us this. I hope you'll agree it's like a lot smoother. It's more nicely rendered. And it's kind of understood a little bit of the context better. There are some rumors that Midjourney, this service, is actually trained off of Stable Diffusion. So they may have actually taken the kind of base algorithms from Stable Diffusion and added to them to improve the product, and that's what people are paying for. But this is a really popular product with all sorts of people just getting into generative AI, or people looking to generate new ideas, or art and graphics for stories, for games, lots and lots of different areas that this is being used in, and people are quite willing to pay the $10 a month price tag for it. Word of warning, some of you may be aware or may have seen that the Stable Diffusion is actually being sued by Getty Images. Obviously, generative AI is a huge problem for companies like Getty Images, which rely on having enough photo and content to relate to the content that you want to buy and pay for. But we can see here in this example that wherever the data's come from to train this algorithm, we can actually see artifacts of Getty image watermarks in. So Getty Images are fairly confident that it's been trained at least on not that open data. So there's a huge warning which runs with the session previously, which is we need to be sure of where the data in these projects is coming from, and we need to be really sure that we can trust this before we go ahead and use this in like commercial applications. But still a really interesting technology nonetheless. This is the image. This is the image example. There's lots of other examples, especially with GitHub Copilot and GPT-3, where similar-ish things are happening with text. It's just a little bit harder to trace, because to me that's fairly obviously a Getty Images logo. So what I want to try and do is do a live demo. So I'd like to take just a few suggestions from anything that people would like to see in Stable Diffusion. You can try this at home as well. You can just go to stablediffusionweb.com, or you can go to the GitHub, download the models, and run it on your own hardware. Does anybody have any random word suggestions? Dog, right, that's a good one. Anything else? Yeah. Football? Cowboys. Cucumber. Okay. Okay, dog, a cowboy dog playing football. Maybe we'll go with that. Jimmy Wales? So this is running on some like an example hardware. There we go. So some interesting results. We might want to try messing around with the prompts. But we've definitely got some footballs. We've definitely got some cowboys. Jimmy Wales, maybe not so much. Any other suggestions? We'll do another quick one. Tom Daley? It's not very good with people, but we'll try. Tom Daley. And there was something about a whale. Knitting. Yeah. We could probably Google that and find a real image. Let's see if it knows who Tom Daley is. Yeah, it's pretty creepy, but it's there's some knitting going on there. There's some knitting going on there. It kind of knows what he should look like. So, you can spend hours having some good fun with that. So, what are some applications and where is some of the innovation coming from? This is a project completely open source called Dream Textures, where they've actually taken the Stable Diffusion model and applied it as a Blender plugin. So these are just some 3D shapes in Blender, which are actually the image that's being generated is wrapping straight around that model. So we've gone from having a plain blank 3D model to actually a textured 3D model really, really quickly. I've just got a live video of showing you how that actually works in practice. So this runs on your own GPU. And in Blender, you can just type whatever you want. So I've taken just a cuboid shape and said, I want it to be a cereal box. And using the same Stable Diffusion models, but just in a slightly different way that's been tweaked by members of the open source community, we get to a point where we can render that 3D cereal box. This is just one example of a project that's working off the back of another open source project to do something really cool and apply that technology. Okay. It is being used in real-world products as well. So this is an example from High on Life, where they've actually used some generative AI art in the posters. For this particular game, the uncanny valley, if you like, of those slightly odd things that happen in the images worked quite well for this particular game. But as we're getting better at this, and as the community is developing them, the results are much better. Another example is Pointy. So this is from OpenAI. This is an open source project from OpenAI, where they're taking the same algorithms, but instead of outputting images, flat images, we're actually outputting 3D point clouds. So we can get, with the same text classifiers and things, we can actually get to 3D objects and 3D models. A really cool open source project that I'd encourage you to look at. And this is only a few weeks old, so really interesting stuff. So what's next and what's the goal? The goal really, or an interesting point for me would be, can we get to a point where we can actually generate new solutions or new products that are trained on completely synthetic data? So if I model something in Blender and make up a cereal box, can I then actually use that in something useful? There's lots of applications around gaming, there's lots of applications around metaverse, but actually are there important applications in AI, for example? This is a really interesting GitHub project from Unity Technologies, who do the game engine for Unity. This isn't generated content, but they're using this idea of actually you can use a game engine to render lots and lots of different images to train a computer vision model. So if you've got lots of stock keeping units, lots of different brands, you can actually train a system to recognize each individual brand without ever seeing a real product or a real photo of a product. So we can actually generate new, useful AI models from data that never really existed. In this case, arguably, the data did exist because there's branding, there's boxes. But you can imagine a lot of the background work we could do with tools like Stable Diffusion. And in exactly the same way, we can do that with text, with GPT-3, OpenAI, and other technologies that are available. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Armando, who's going to talk about synthetic data uses in business. Oops.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, it was a very good introduction. From my side, my experience is pretty much around working with synthetic data for organizations, places where we want to keep the data private, but at the same time we want to do some machine learning, some analysis.
I'm really sorry, Amanda. I've got stuck with your microphone.
Sorry. Yeah, it's here.
You got it?
Okay, sorry for that. It's okay now? It's okay now? Yeah, okay, sorry. So I was just saying that my experience is pretty much around use of synthetic data in large organizations where for some reasons they want to do analytics, they want to do machine learning on top of the data, but some of this data, like in banks or insurance, is private, so it's very delicate to move it around, so it's a very difficult situation. So for these cases, what normally these companies uses is anonymization, but anonymization, basically what they do is like instead of telling where each client lives in a specific street, a specific address, they probably give it like a region, so they pretty much broaden the categories where they belong to, which is fine for some purpose, but to do machine learning, this data is pretty much useless. So we need to have some details that anonymization do not preserve. At the same time, anonymization is not completely safe. There are some papers showing that you can do some leakage attack on this anonymized data. So it's a bit less value data and still not safe. So this is being used for speed up innovation. So sometimes organizations want to share data internally, not necessarily externally. They want to share with internal teams, but still they can take in the bank, it takes 6 months or a year to do for all of these procurement steps necessary to liberate and give access to the data because it's very sensitive data. Also, it's been, has been pointed just in the last slide of the previous presentation. So it's synthetic data is being more and more used to do machine learning. So it comes to a point where basically we don't need reality anymore. We just can play in this fictitious synthetic environment. Because they are becoming so good that it's not necessarily, we don't need necessarily to have access to the reality anymore. So yeah, there's been some cases where leakage attacks and disclosure information get very huge implications in terms of the business and reputation of the business. So it's really, really key to have this data as safe as possible. So there are many techniques to generate this data. Data we're talking about is like traditional relational database data, not the images or text which just been mentioned, that are unstructured, as you call unstructured. This data organizations have is pretty much structured. You can fit it in the CSV, in the Excel spreadsheet, or in the database. So this kind of data. So there are several techniques to generate synthetic versions of this data. Like city guns, doppelgangs, differential privacy, Wasserstein guns. There's some open source project like SynPop from AZ, Synthetic Data Vault, that works on not only tabular data, also sequential data and multi-table data, and also the diffusion-based models. Some of them are open source as well. So in terms of the uses for the synthetic data, so it can be used for testing, for analytics, for cloud deployment when the companies want to test the capabilities in the cloud. They don't want to test it in the real data, so they create synthetic data, which is fine. For provisioning and for innovation, probably it's the most important use case to provide innovation, mostly internally, but also externally. So really the benefits of this is that we get all the value without having compromising any of the privacy side. And the nice thing about this is that we have a mathematical methods that can guarantee some privacy measures. So if the client wants to really, really be sure the data is private, we have a technique called differential privacy. And we give we create synthetic data with different differential privacy levels. Of course, if you want to make the data more private, probably you get less value because it gets more fuzzy, you get less details in it. But we have a mathematical guarantee that the data, it's not possible to de-anonymize, okay? So it's been some uses in for instance, to use of the synthetic data to solve problems like biases and fairness in the AI. It's very well known that AI models, they reinforce the bias. So in this case, for instance, this is from Mostly AI, one of the players in the field of synthetic data. So if you train a model to a very classical data set called the adult data set, we want to predict the income, what are the percentage of population who has an income above $50,000. The original population is pretty much male bias, so we have a percentage of males much higher than females. Well, that reflects the reality, it's true, but if you train a machine learning on that, even if this is like maybe not a very important factor, but the fact that you have in the population more males than females, the machine will probably identify the gender to be an indicator of income. So we have female, you are less likely to have an income above 50K. Okay, so it's just this confounding factor becomes like an explainable factor. To avoid this situation, what we can do with synthetic data, we generally we synthetically create more females to get the population more balanced. Okay, so you increase that value from 10% to the same level of 30%, synthetic generated cases. It will not compromise the accuracy of the model, so it will not destroy. If gender is important, it still be there, but at least it's not biased. So the model will not become biased because you see more situations in one case than the other. It is a very important use case for synthetic data. Another important case, as just been mentioned, is use of synthetic data to really get better accuracy of models in cases where it's very difficult to get data, like in medical images. Some of these models, as you know, perform very well, but they need lots of data, like thousands or millions of images of cases to really perform well. And in medical, in many cases in medical, in the medical area, we don't have that many images. So synthetic data can really help. I remember 4 or 5 years ago, I played with a technique called cycle guns. That was very cool. So we are trying to identify cancer cells in the lung. We didn't have enough images. What I did is I transformed healthy tissues with cancer tissues. So I artificially, it's something that's not very desirable. Yeah, we are not finished with that. So that's a very important use case. The landscape is very crowded at the moment, and many players in synthetic data. Some of them work on structured data, others more on structured images, and even sound, text. We already mentioned that. So some of these projects are open source, others not so much. Yeah, so this is some examples. We already mentioned this. Yeah, pretty much it. Thank you very much. We have a Q&A now.
Yeah. So yeah, we'd be happy to take some questions if anybody has any. Yeah, there's one here.
Hello? Oh, yeah. You mentioned how the synthetic data, synthetic data can be used to bulk up the data to train things like medical records, but if you're making the synthetic data from existing data, which is generally quite biased towards certain demographics where you're able to gather that medical data, how do you ensure that bias is not reinforced?
Well, what I refer to the bias is just the fact that you see a category, like in this case, gender, male or female, that you see more often one than the other, that by itself makes the model to be biased toward the majority, because you just see more examples of that. So if you see out of 1,000 individuals, you see 99% of them are male, getting this high income. So we will just statistically, we will assume that the fact that you are a male, you get more income than a female, okay? So you're right. I mean, you cannot artificially generate situations that don't exist. So what these methods does, they look at the few minority class, okay? They look at these cases, and they artificially create more fictitious cases, okay? But if, for instance, if the data set never was exposed, like different countries, or we will not be able to do that. So it's limited. I agree with you. This capability is limited. It's just we augment the minority class, but to make sure at least this is somehow diluted. Okay, it's not perfect. I'm not saying that. It's because the machine cannot imagine what will be like individuals, like in situations completely different from it was exposed. So it's not a final solution, like a complete solution, but it's like a step towards solving this bias issue. Yeah.
Actually, for Fergus, well, for both of you, generative AI is really fascinating, and it's just mind-blowing the things that it can do. But what I worry about is like what it's trained on is essentially the intellectual property of the human race, right? And like, there's no reason for us to continue generating ourselves that human intellectual property. So what is the point of human beings anymore?
Well, I think it's sort of a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because it's generating more content for human beings. So I think the fact that we're in that uncanny valley still is really interesting, because it kind of knows what Tom Daley looks like, but it can't replicate his face. It kind of knows what a dog playing football should look like, but it doesn't know if there's one or two balls. So it's sort of a double-edged sword in that it's only ever going to be as good as the vast amount of data that goes into it. So for me, it's more like about making sure we're using the outputs for the right things. So yeah, we can use them for prototyping, we can use them for like background images and things, but it shouldn't be replacing art. It shouldn't be replacing anything that actually requires some creativity. I think a lot of people get very quickly, a lot of artists quite rightly get very quickly very defensive of generative AI art, because it is almost as if you've just sort of cut up 1,000 other artists' work and stuck it back together. It's like, but I prefer to think of it as a separate category. So generative AI isn't art, and it isn't necessarily artistic. It's interesting and cool to look at. We'll see lots of people do their Facebook profile pictures as generative AI art, but ultimately I don't think it's going to like replace. It's just going to augment what's currently going on. I think another really interesting thing is that there's, I can't remember the exact number, I'm afraid, but there was a survey done of LinkedIn where people are actually starting to say that their job or their skills is prompt writer. So there's a new skill and there's a new job opportunity around, hi, I'm a person who knows how to write the prompt to go into a generative AI to get a good result, which is just fascinating and very bizarre. But yeah, hopefully humans are still interesting and useful.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just what these machines, I think in the end, was algorithms make us think is like, what is to be human? What we have special? Because they are eating our lunch every day. Like we are not that much in math. It's long ago. We're not that good in games. We're not that good in media areas. Now is in something we take very precious. It's hard. Something creative and get a bit scary. I get a bit scary, but I think we need to get used to this idea. And I think this is, as Fergus said, is augmenting us. So it's exploring. I'm playing around ChatGPT, and I don't stop to be amazed by how cool it is, especially in poetry and things like completely. I wrote a love poem in Donald Trump style, and it was just mind-blowing. It got completely, I mean, you have to try it at home. It's just mind-blowing. You got the little things just very, very good. So, but I see like these machines allow us to create a very advanced playground where you can get hints, ideas, because that's what creativity is like. And sometimes being challenged, like I say, I disagree and get some memory. There's a very cool app, if you want to try it, it's called Character AI, where you can pretend to talk with Nietzsche or Freud or Wittgenstein And it's really cool. Or sometimes your loved one, if you have enough data, and it's really cool. And I think it augments your skills, your imagination. It makes you more creative in the end. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
I think again, we could talk forever on this topic, but I'd like everyone to please put their hands together to thank Armando and Fergus. So we're just going to take, I think, about a 3-minute break now of 4 minutes, and then we're going to welcome Karen Jewell from Open Data Scotland to the stage. Thank you. For bearing with us in that short break. Our next speaker is Karen Jewell. She describes herself as a senior analyst in a data consultancy specialising in commercial decision tools and solutions. However, that is just Karen's day job. In the evenings and at weekends, she's a maintainer of the Open Data Scotland project and a trustee of the charity Code the City. And if anybody in the room is familiar with both of those projects, you will know how fantastic they are and how committed are the people involved in them. Karen's talk is entitled Learnings from Navigating Scotland's Open Data Landscape. I give you Karen Jewell.
Thank you. Thank you. So I actually was going to start with that, like the first kind of minute talking about that, but Emma's already done that. So I won't reintroduce myself then, really. The talk, it's kind of titled Learnings from Navigating Open Data Scotland's Landscape. This was actually an idea suggested to me from a friend and collaborator. They suggested this because they thought, kind of, given our position, being able to see all these kind of data sets at the same time, the same place, they thought this would be a bit of a unique view into it. That friend also kind of suggested that maybe I could create a bit of a vision of, like, you know, navigating, sort of swimming in the murky depths of the Loch Ness. Like, I thought that was just a terrible idea. You know, gave me a good idea, but you also gave me a terrible idea. But, you know, I hope maybe there's a little bit of a mix. Maybe it's the kind of same thing here. There are some things that might be kind of interesting for you, but then also there may be some things that you just kind of already know. I don't think there's anything sort of new, but maybe there's some comfort in knowing that we're all kind of struggling in the same way. So that's kind of where we're at. So Open Data Scotland, does this work? Nope, it does not. There we go. It is a 100% volunteer-run community project, if you will. I'm going to call it that. There is no organization behind it. There is no company behind it. We try to make it look a little bit more professional than it actually probably is. It's just a few of us kind of running around in the back. But really, the kind of aim of it is to help people. Sorry about that. I'm playing down Jack's efforts here. Really, the kind of aim of it is to help people find open data better. And a lot of this is kind of driven by my own experiences personally of having to sort of find open data in my own sort of professional work, but also that of my peers, my colleagues, and also sort of my student peers when we were studying at that time, having to look for open data for projects was just very difficult. A lot of it's kind of reliant on knowing other people who know where to get these data sets from. You kind of have to know who's actually publishing this data and then happen to know who to ask to then get the information. It's all kind of very convoluted in that sense. So we were just trying to bring it all together so it'd be easy for people to find. And it's very much a focus on Scottish data, local data. So, you know, if you were interested in sort of local aspects, that's probably where you would go to find it. So that's kind of one. We're pulling it all together, but we're also trying to help people understand what's in that landscape, what we have, what we don't have. How do you know what you don't have unless you have an assessment of what you have? So that's part of what we're doing as well. And not only just actually listing the data, but also the projects that then use the data. They need a bit of spotlight as well. What's the point of putting all this open data out if it's not actually being used? And if it's being used, we need to be talking about it and we need to be celebrating those things. So that's kind of, as a whole, what Open Data Scotland does. Now, it is a community, but we do have a kind of website front-end piece, if you will. So that's kind of where all these different things come in. I'm very technical in my terms today. I do apologize about that. So this is how we kind of lay it out. Bearing in mind that we are, if you kind of see the publishers at one end and your sort of public users, people kind of on the street, if you will, we kind of sit in the middle of that, we hope. Where we've got a group of people who are technically competent, know how to work with this data, know how to create good products for end users to consume. But we also recognize that there are people who maybe have community interests who are going to be using this website. So this is kind of created for them, if you will. So I kind of touched on this a little bit, but the early motivations for us building this was really around, like I said, from peers, sort of personal experience of having to find data yourself. I saw a few nodding heads, so that already is kind of like, I know we're in the right place. You already know this. You already know it's kind of challenging to find. Even though you know where to go, it still takes a bit of time to go into the website to figure out whether it's there. A lot of times they don't call it open data. Sometimes they don't even call it data. They just kind of list stuff and hope you find it and hope you understand it. And when a lot of our sort of early beginnings with Open Data Scotland were kind of, we hang around a lot of hackathons. That's what Code the City does. And very often we have these little proof of concept projects that may come up and they want to build something, but they don't know where to get the data from. It's a bit of having to, where's my head at? Having to ask people if they know of any source of that data. But then also when we get together in those hacking spaces, we tend to then make the same complaints every time about how data is difficult to find, difficult to sort of understand and difficult to get. So that's really the kind of early motivation for this. We were a little bit tired of having to complain about the same things all the time, so we thought, why not we try and build something out of this. Now, initially when I built this, when I titled this slide, I call it the problems we were trying to solve. But I felt a little bit negative framing, one, but also the idea that we would solve it was a bit of a bold statement. It's more about trying to alleviate the pain of it rather than actually outright being able to solve it. But that is certainly what we were kind of starting off with. But now we kind of continue it because we've got a very strong community interest, we've got the skills to maintain it, but also we have a lot of free time. So this is what we're doing. Right, it is very much a public service for a community, built by community, sorry. Started around May 2021, so it's been about a year and a half, coming up to 2 years now. And really the core of it has been built over 5 weekend hackathons. And then sort of maintenance, so these hackathons kind of happen every quarter. So every 3 months, and in between we'll do a little bit of maintenance, build a bit more, but really it's kind of been there. Won't try and read the rest of it, but it's a very small core maintainer team, and we have people kind of jumping in and out, doing little bits of development. Either they build a feature, or they see an interesting bug, they see a challenge, they kind of jump in and do that. And this is one of the great things about us being the community build as well, and not being an organization behind it, is we have an environment where we can encourage people, learners, beginners, students to come in and try a little bit. Might be their first time actually working in a collaborative environment. A lot of them are actually setting up the GitHub accounts when they're sitting with us. So that's the kind of level we're working at there. And it's great that we can build this for them. A lot of our core features, are built by these students at local universities. So what's that kind of left us with then? So we now have, this is just a screenshot of our kind of main dataset listing. It is, my tagline is it's 1,500 plus datasets, which is the largest collection of open datasets for Scotland that we know of. I've been saying this for about 5 months now. Nobody has come and told me that I'm wrong. So I believe this is true. One thing I am going to cover here is we don't host any of the datasets. The datasets are hosted by the original publishers. We don't move that around. What we do is basically pull the metadata, we list the metadata. We are effectively a redirection service, if you will. So find your dataset, go to the place, and then do what you want to do with it. All these datasets come from about 30 plus publishers. So we started off with local authorities. This was the original concept when we started our first hack. Just local authorities in Scotland, and it's a nice little set because we're lucky enough in Scotland that we've got 32 of them. It's kind of big enough to be a challenge, small enough to actually be manageable, right? You believe that? And it's complete. It's a complete set. That was the most important thing as well, because we could see where it started and where it ended. And now once we had these 32, we could see what was missing. We then started to add more on. So then you start to see Cycling Scotland, National Library Scotland, all these other pieces that we've got. This is by no means complete. And the ones on your right are ones that we've identified that are publishing open data, and we are going to add to the listing. It does take a bit of time. If they have APIs, it's great, it's very fast. A lot of them don't have APIs. So they are static pages, and we have to web scrape them, and building the scraper takes a lot of time. And you understand why these students kind of join us and then hate us and then never stay on in that sense. Right, so this is kind of how we build all of it. I'm not going to talk too much about it. I've mentioned the APIs. We have 5 APIs that we kind of call from. SOOCon, ArcGIS, USmart, DCAT is not on there, and a Sparkle query as well. And then the other 5 are the sort of web scrapers that we've got. I'm not going to cover too much of this because my colleague Jack, who is winner of the Young Persons category at the Open UK Awards last year for his work on Open Data Scotland and other pieces as well. He's going to have a talk at 2:30 talking about the technology behind this, or how we kind of built this up. So I'm not going to take that from him. But what I will point out is that this is on a pipeline. It refreshes every Friday automatically. We don't get involved in that. Well, if it fails, we do. But it runs automatically, and that means we know every Friday we've got an updated listing. And this was very important to us because previous attempts have kind of made static lists and then never updated it. All that good effort, and then it just ages really quickly. So when we do this, and that's kind of why we were building web scrapers, we know that every Friday we've got that. Now, what that gives us as well is visibility over movement in open data in Scotland. What's being added, what's being modified, what's being removed. This is all visibility that we didn't have before. Right. It is a bit mad, I'm not going to lie, to try and want to do this. It's a bit messy. It's also a bit like, why would you bother? But the kind of approach we've taken is just to put it all into one place. We centrally process it, do all the cleaning, sort of categorization, anything we need to do to standardize it, and then we format it for laying out, listing on the actual website itself. So there is a bit of transformation going on here, but I'm going to remind everyone again, it's just metadata, not the data itself. So these are things like titles, who's published it, who's owned it, when was it created, when was it last updated, are there any categories, are there any descriptions, that kind of stuff. So what's going to follow is some of the stuff that we've seen when we've tried to put this together. And again, this is just purely metadata. Some of you might not enjoy the next few slides because it might be quite horrific. But some of the challenges that we've seen, obviously inconsistency is a big one. We talk about it all the time. Across different publishers, but also within the same publisher. They're not consistent themselves when they publish stuff. And that could be quite interesting to see. You get a little bit of an insight to how that organization operates, right? So you've got that. You've got cases where either some metadata doesn't exist across all the different publishers, or it exists, but it's in a different field. Or they use different fields differently for different reasons, and having to sort of coordinate all of that. And other bizarre things, such as an unlimited array of tabs. This actually goes on for much longer. The actual thing is much, much, much longer. And the worst part of it is there's text in between as well, nested in between. So you actually have to extract it out. This is interesting, but also we see a lot of HTML tags, sort of. You can see it's kind of been pulled out of a site, if you will, and put there. And this, for us, it's funny. On the scale of irritating to infuriating, this is just funny. And we're able to do something with it. But you can imagine for someone who's like new to it, they're like, what is that? They don't know how to deal with that. It's not a major problem. We can deal with this. That's fine. Other things that were quite interesting, for example, this broke our pipeline in December. When this organization published this data set. And what they did was, for the first time ever, they decided to put a year tag here, but not encase it in strings. It was just a number. And kind of our fault for not being able to handle that, but also this hasn't happened before, so why did it suddenly come up, right? So changes to the way organizations are kind of posting their metadata also kind of is interesting to look at. Other things here. So this is SIMD data, Scottish Index Multiple Deprivation. Doesn't come out very often. But what happened here was the date issued piece is missing the date. It's just the time. So what happened in our pipeline was it was filling in the date. It was assuming the date was today, the day the pipeline was run. So we were seeing and I talked about the monitoring piece, right? We can see whether data sets are being added or modified or deleted. What was happening was we were this kept getting counted as being updated every week, even though this doesn't get updated for years at a time. So that should have been the first indicator, but wasn't really paying that much attention to it, if I'm very honest. But it's interesting stuff like that. So this is also another example of inconsistency within the same sort of publisher, because if you look at any of the other data sets that Scottish Government publish, this is the only one with a date problem. The rest of them have got dates, so it's no bother. So I don't know how they kind of do that. Very interesting problems to have. Another one we have is file names. Okay, so it's so small, I really do apologize for that. So these are snippets of our listing, our site, if you will. And you see these are the names of the files. So you can see what you're going to download for 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, all that. But sometimes there is no file name information because that hasn't been provided by the publisher. So when we don't have that, the best we can do is just fill it in with the file name, file type, sorry. In this case, this is a great example because you can see it's actually just the same data in different formats, so it's kind of easy to recognize. But there are some cases where it just says zip and zip, or CSV, 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 all the way down, and it's impossible to read. We can't really do anything with that Probably could, actually, that's probably a lie. We would have to, but that would mean we would have to open up the file and extract that information from the file, whereas at the moment, we're trying to make it very lightweight by not doing that. So not great, but there are workarounds. It's totally fine. That was the kind of the last of the horrors, if you will. So we're starting to wrap up now. Am I good for time? Oh, no, I'm not good for time. OK, static pages. So I've been complaining about APIs, but we've got a lot of problems with static pages as well. This is one publisher. This is the file. And you have to kind of extract the date that was updated from the file name. There's some sort of, there's no description. There's no nothing else, and the license is kind of here. This is another one, SQA. What you don't see is before this, there's a little drop down to select what year you want it for. So they publish in kind of year chunks. And then this one is National Library Scotland, and they have different download buttons for different data sets, and they're all called something different. So having to find them is difficult. But also, what happened was one time, it must have been their web admin or whatever, decided to change the style of the sheet, and it broke our pipeline, because we were looking for the buttons, but the buttons didn't exist anymore. So that's all fun. I'll just kind of wrap that up. Not really kind of wrap it up, but summarize it a bit more. So I pointed out all the different things that we've had problems with. One interesting thing that I never considered before having to do this was deciding or defining what a data set is. And this comes about, I mean, is it really important? Probably not in the grand scheme of things. But when you are starting to try and build an understanding of what you've got and you want to compare or have an understanding of whether or not some publishers are publishing more than others, then maybe the definition of a data set might be important because you want to be comparing apples to apples. So here, for example, SQA, they publish one data set every year because they get a new, so this is the qualifications people, exam results and stuff like that. So they get exam results every year. It makes sense for them to be publishing in year batches. But then look at PHS, Public Health Scotland. They've got updates every month. So should this, their style of creating data sets is quite different from SQA style. So this is what we're starting to see as well. So do we need to kind of align it? Do we? Maybe? Don't know. But that's a question I've postponed for a bit until we need. Categories, one interesting thing is some publishers, they tag their data sets. But these are an example of the tags that we get raw from the data set. And we do end up having to convert our own. So these are the ones that we have now. And the reason for that is because these data sets, these categories, I'm sure made sense in the context of the original portal. They don't make so much sense combined with all the other sources as well. So there is a little bit of treatment for that. Licenses. OK. Same information, ordered differently, so you can see two things that I'm going to point out. One, you can see volume on this side, but it's the same number of licenses. Here, what I'm trying to show you is where we've got slight variations on something. So you've got Creative Commons up there. You've got open government licenses down here, for example. So you can see some sort of variation. Now, those of you who are quite eagle-eyed would see that there are some closed data sets in there, or licensed as closed. How they got in, don't really know. They're sitting in open data portals that kind of are publishing open data portals, so there's a bit of a mix as well. So, kind of have to suggest to users to consider what they're using anyway when they open it up. But maybe for us as well, we have to consider removing it because it's not actually open data. What I was showing you before was like 15 different categories, and that's already treated. This is what comes in untreated, which is fun. It's a lot of, in fact, I'm just going to point out. Open government license, another one there, and then there's like some here as well, another one here. All different variations of doing the same thing. I don't think I've got time for this, but I was going to show this very quickly. One of the things we built into the project very early on, that's not true, we did it in March last year, was site analytics. And I think, to me, it's one of the best things we've done because we now have visibility as well of who's actually using this and also what's popular. Now, before we put site analytics in, I thought if 30 to 40 people use this website, I'd be very happy and it's a job well done. And now we're seeing 700 people use the site every month. Now, it's not anywhere near Wikipedia's numbers, obviously, but it's a lot more than I probably would have expected. What I was bringing up there, it's so tiny, I'm so sorry. What I was bringing up there was most popular pages as well. So we can actually see what data sites are the most popular. And this one, that is the most popular, besides all the other major listings, is HMO licenses for Glasgow Council, which is housing multiple application. Sorry, I'm probably not saying that right. Which, if you look up in our main site, Glasgow is the only one to publish, and one sort of general Scottish Government one. So they're the only ones actually publishing this, that we're only ones publishing this. We're pulling from everyone, so it's not here, it's probably not, they're probably not publishing it. So there's an interesting question of here, we can see what's popular, but what can't we see that people are looking for that we have no visibility of? That's what's really interesting. Is there anything to say here that if the other council started publishing the same thing, would they also be popular? So these are the kind of questions and feedback we'll probably want to send back to publishers if you will. Probably we'll end it there. Yes, absolutely.
We've probably got time for one, maybe two, if we're lucky. So, does anybody have a question over here?
Hi, thank you. That was a fascinating talk. How much feedback do you give to publishers, for example, when their date times are screwed up? Do you let them know, and are they happy to be told?
So there's a bit of a mix. I try, but again, this is kind of, it's admin that sits on top of it. We try and send it back. We have been good at tweeting them. And interestingly enough, because of the pipeline, so we monitor when it's down before the pipeline runs. And when that's down, when some sites are down, we're alerted to that being down beforehand. So we have then kind of acted on that, gone back to them, gone back to these publishers, and 2 of them went down in the same week, which was very interesting. And we sent feedback back, and they kind of then started working on it. One interesting conversation with one of them was, they said to us, thanks for letting us know. Because of that, I met them at a conference a couple of weeks later. They said, thanks for letting us know. We kind of started that process of bringing the site back up. But I didn't know what the Twitter etiquette was, so I didn't know whether to say thanks or no thanks. So that was kind of where it was at. So there is some engagement. There are some organizations, especially individuals in those organizations, who are very good at engaging with us. They see us posting, they share, they like the fact that they're being tagged in it. We do a weekly update, they do that. But in terms of kind of formal feedback, we have sent some back, and it's just been a bit slow, naturally, but we try and do that. Yes.
Great. One more very quick one, and then we'll have to
Brilliant.
close.
Really interesting. Thank you. To what extent do you share that kind of the data set of data sets that's regional with larger, let's say, data sets that are out there? Are you passing that on to other groups?
No.
Okay.
We've been talking about having an API interface. So the data is available as a JSON file. You can download it. We don't have the interface yet. It's in our plan to do it. If you go onto our site and you eventually navigate away to our plans, all our sort of project plans and work all there, it is planned for Q3 this year. I'm pretty sure it is. That's where I put it in. So that's it. So no, but soon, yes.
Great. Thank you so
Thanks very
much.
much.
That's been absolutely brilliant. So that was Karen Jewell from Open Data Scotland, and we do actually have a part 2 to this, which is Jack Gilmore, who's going to join us this afternoon and talk us through more of the technology behind Open Data Scotland. Got a very short break now. Please stay where you are for more open data goodness. We've got Sarah Womer coming up, which I'm sure is going to be an absolutely brilliant talk after the break. humanity. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. And I just wanted to mention, I have a bit of voice dysphonia. So if I sound nervous or anxious, I'm not, but I do have voice dysphonia. Okay. So the first thing is I just wanted to go over the agenda of what we're going to be covering. And I know I have a very limited amount of time, and we're going to be covering a lot of concepts in a very short amount of time. So we're going to be looking at key terms and also definitions of the concepts that we're going to be talking about, where we are and where we were and where we are, the good and the bad, and I'm going to suggest some way forward for how the concepts of open source intelligence and open source should go for humanity. Okay, so the first thing is some of these have already been covered in the conference. I know that somebody already gave a definition of, in fact, Amanda Brock did on the first day on what is open source. I heard somebody else already give a definition of what is open data. So I don't think that I need to cover those too close. I'm not going to cover those because they've already been defined. But I would like to provide some definitions for the other concepts that we're going to talk about today. So the first is open source information. Open source information is any attainable information that you can get that is in the wild legally. Okay? It is not a news query. It can be. It can also be metadata or openly available disallow files. That's all open source information. Okay. Public information is information that is intended to be public. Proprietary information is usually corporate information, not typically government information, because governments usually refer to it as confidential or classified information. But proprietary information a lot of times has a legal implication to it, or an agreement between two parties or multiple parties that that information will be contained within that cluster. And then you have the Internet of Everything, which is how the internet has extended to other things in our life, whether it be your garage door opener or your Roomba or your car. And yes, people can hack cars. The other thing I wanted to talk about, just as far as definition, is tools. Tools I do not look at as information. Tools are something that you can use to collect information, process information, and to use for enriching or opposite. You can actually use tools to be counter-enriching to information. Artificial intelligence, I saw some excellent presentations on that prior to this presentation, so I'm not going to go deeply into that, but I'm just going to say that there is a wide myriad of artificial intelligence that's available, and I will be mentioning some AI as it relates to deep fakes today. And then tradecraft, again, it's not information. Tradecraft is the process or the means and methodologies that you would use for attaining or collecting information, typically for requirement. And then open source intelligence is like this depicted picture. And I stress this because in today's society, open source intelligence has become a buzzword, and I will hear people say, oh, I looked up person on this individual, so I did open source intelligence. No, you didn't. Okay, I queried something in Google. I OSINTed it. No, you didn't. Okay, so in OSINT is the soup. Okay, it is not the ladle, it is not the bowl. And I think I have a thing there, sorry. It is not the ladle, it is not the bowl, it is not the egg, it is not anything surrounding the bowl, okay? It is the actual complete soup itself. And what that means is that when somebody does OSINT, they typically have a requirement. They're answering that requirement. They have used tradecraft, or they have a plan to get to that answer, okay? And it's not just simply just pulling data here and there. But what has happened that's very interesting with open source intelligence is historically, open source intelligence was more for governments and for competitive business intelligence. Okay, that's just more traditional historical use for OSINT. What has happened is because of the availability of data and the availability of information and the availability of communication and the availability of venues and things on the internet, is that we now have lots of people that have become OSINT enthusiasts and OSINT practitioners, many of which are not in a government or in a company. So that can be used for good, and that can also be used for bad. The other thing that I wanted to mention that OSINT absolutely 100% is not, and I've had this argument with somebody, OSINT is not doxing. So can I theoretically go and pull information on somebody, where they live, what their license plate number is, what their telephone number is, how old they are, who they're married to, what their kids' names are, so on and so forth? Theoretically, yes. Okay? That's not OSINT, that's doxing. It's unethical. Okay? So what has happened, though, again, is not only has OSINT evolved, the concept of doxing has evolved. So as I mentioned the other day when I was on panel with Salona, is that we now have a precedence in society where you can weaponize doxing on a nation-state level. GDPR is a nice thing in the sense that GDPR has been put in place in the EU to help try and protect citizens from this kind of activity. But if you look at what happened in Ukraine, we had hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers on both sides of the conflict that have been posted online with their passport numbers, their family names, their addresses, their rank, what they look like, so on and so forth. Okay? It's good for whoever is doing it in the sense that they now have a competitive advantage in the battlefield. But the bigger question is, we now have a new weapon on a nation-state level. And not only do we have a new weapon on a nation-state level, that new weapon doesn't have to be done by a government. A government theoretically can just instigate it if they want to. They can crowdsource it if they want to. All right. Oops. I keep bumping something on here. Oops, sorry about that. Technical difficulty for a second. So as I said, there are unintended consequences for all of these things, doxing just being one example. So open data can be a wonderful and beautiful thing, and I am all for open data. Okay. At the same time, you do have to be careful in what that open data contains. If that open data contains PII, then yes, you should take the PII out prior to making it open. Open source, the software in and of itself, something can be created for good, okay? And at the same time, it can be used for bad. And I'll use a case example. In 2008, when I was working as a contractor for the 304th MI Battalion at Fort Huachuca, I did a little article. It was a draft article. It was for official use only, Al-Qaeda-like capabilities, anomalous uses of Al-Qaeda-like capabilities. I had a little section in there in 2008 on Twitter and whether or not terrorists theoretically could use Twitter. That article got picked up by the Federation of American Scientists, and then it went to Wired, and then it went to BBC. Okay. There you go. But at that time, there was a somebody, it was Stephen Aftergood from FAS. He actually critiqued my article, and I disagreed with his critique, and I still disagree with his critique today. He said, well, terrorists can use can openers. Okay, yeah, they can. But wouldn't you like to know if they would want to use one? And for what? Right? That's a reasonable question, I think. So in any case, the same concept applies with open source. There has to be a responsibility by not just the developer, but by the community to look at the open source package that they're putting out and to use OSINT and red team it and say, how can this be used? Can it be weaponized? It's a reasonable question, isn't it? And the same thing goes with open APIs. So that brings me to the next point, which is tradition to modern data and information ingredients. So historically, and yes, I have gone dumpster diving, it's fun. Historically, you know, for OSINT or for information collection, we've had libraries. Before that, we had rock tablets, okay? Print publications, photos, art, as I mentioned, garbage. Radio, you would be amazed what you could get from somebody's garbage, okay? I used it as a student class example. My students loved it. Then you have radio, TV, internet, virtual reality, the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things gets really interesting when you're doing OSINT and you use a tool that's called Wiggle or any Wiggle-like tool, because then you realize how vulnerable people really are in IoT. Then you have artificial intelligence. I just had a class. I work with this wonderful lady. Her name is Kirby Plessis. She's awesome. She is an OSINT subject matter expert, and she did this great class where she did a GANs-generated image. Then she combined it with using DALL-E on how to make a completely non-existent person, which for right now, you can't use AI to detect that it is AI. So even though you might have a tool to detect that something is GANs generated, once you take it and you play with it and you play with it again, that cross detection disappears. So then you have other things like metadata. Oh, I love metadata. Metadata is great. If somebody has their EXIF data in a photo, who has their phone GPS enabled? Okay, if you do and you just want to have fun, you can send me a photo. Satellite imagery, and this was an example I used to use at Fort Huachuca when I was teaching OSINT at Fort Huachuca. Satellite imagery back then, this was a long time ago, this was like in 2010, 2009, 2008, up to 2010. It used to be you had to pay thousands and thousands of dollars for a satellite image. Now, anybody can go get one, right? So that gives you an idea that all of this stuff has now become available to everyone. So it's no longer limited to a few, which again, then you have to look at whenever you put something out, am I weaponizing it? I have actually self-censored myself on publishing an article, okay? I've censored it up until Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I'm going to be still writing an article, and it could be like a little blog post, so not in any big publication. But I had written an article, and I'm going to put it into a fictional case example. So you have country A. Country A has different laws for each state. Now we know who country A is, but that's okay. So country A has different laws for each state. The privacy is different for each state. And some cities within country A have areas that have different kinds of population that are affiliated to one type of industry or another. Then you have country B. Country B is for an adversary. Country B is going to use an AI tool, and country B is going to go walk over with their AI tool, and they're going to grab the county open data county property records from one state within country A. They've now scraped information on thousands, if not millions, of citizens in one county in country A. Is it possible? You betcha. That brings me to this example really quick. This is an example of OSINT and open source for bad. This is taken from the third position directory, which is a neo-Nazi directory. It is advertised on Twitter. The reason it's advertised on Twitter is because Elon Musk currently allows Nazis to operate on Twitter. So this is of interest because this directory has OSINT tools, open source OPSEC, operational security tools, and it has open source tools. There's actually tools in there that have been developed that are being targeted for extremists, for extremist use, for data collection. So that's bad. Now, I don't want to talk about all-time bad because, frankly, I get bored of talking about all the stuff bad. I've looked at tons of stuff bad, okay? And I've done a whole chapter of a book in 2002 on how terrorists use the internet. That was for the International Encyclopedia of Terrorism. I've looked at thousands of terrorist websites. Okay, I'd like to look at how to use this stuff for good instead of just bad. So OSINT and open source software is critical, absolutely critical, for national security, law enforcement, of course, with some caveats and to make sure that the law enforcement is under the rules and regulations that they should be under, human rights, environment, research and climate change, missing persons, and human trafficking. And by the way, if you're ever bored, there is a CTF, a Capture the Flag event, that is done by some folks online where they crowdsource OSINT practitioners and hackers to help find missing people. Kind of cool. Done it a couple times, didn't do very well, but at least I helped. Anti-corruption and fraud, safety operations and missions, identifying vulnerabilities with open source. Again, this is critical. If anybody is doing open source as far as a program, they should have somebody in OSINT see whether or not they can exploit it. And if so, for what? Okay. Hardening privacy and personal safety. And then the last one that we are really faced with right now, which is huge, is enhancing cognitive security on national, regional, and global levels. My first presentation that I did on online indoctrination and recruitment as it related to extremism was in 2010, where it was to a large audience. I'd done some for some smaller audiences. And at that point, I gave a presentation in Singapore as a guest of the State Department at a conference. And the indoctrination and recruitment example that I provided was a UK-based extremist who had a chat platform where he was openly talking back and forth with people to recruit, and nobody was shutting him down. We have a disparity today, I would argue, in extremisms. So we are not allowing recruitment, indoctrination of extremism toward one group of extremists, but we are allowing it toward another group of extremists. To me, extremism is extremism. I don't care if it's a white supremacist or Al-Qaeda, it's still an extremist. Okay. So we then need to look at how should we react? I don't know. That's a question, that's a much bigger question than for me. But if we continue to look just within our own ecosystem, or if we're only looking for the things that you want to eat, and you're not paying attention to the things as far as the data you want to consume, and you're not paying attention to how others are using that data or how it might be used outside of that ecosystem, then you're opening yourself up to that vulnerability. So data credibility and reliability in the age of deep fakes and mass information manipulation, that's now. I mean, it's not yesterday, it's not the day before, or it's not tomorrow, it's now, okay? So when we're looking at things like cognitive security, you can deepfake a leader of a country. It's already been done. The one that was done by Zelensky, though, that one was just really, really done poorly. I don't even think that was done by the Russian government. I saw somebody say it was done by the Russian government, but I'm thinking, man, the skill set on that one was really bad. But someone can do better. So here's the ending of my presentation, and I hope that I haven't taken too much of anybody's time. But I do have some way forward thoughts. And again, I'm just a small fish in a much bigger sea. But I think for the open source community, whether it be on a chapter level, or a business level, or regional level, or a city level, or a state level, or a government level, I think the first is that we have to look at is decrease the disparity between data on open source and on the haves and have-nots. So if 63% of people have access to the internet and the other percent doesn't have access to the internet, well, the other part of the population doesn't have access to the same data, okay? Ecosystems are often interconnected. That should always be considered. There is no, unless you're, okay, there's an exception. It's like, let's say you work for the government and you're in a skiff. Maybe that ecosystem is finite or it's stovepiped. But if it's not stovepiped or finite, then there's no, you need to look at how things are interconnected. And what is that ripple effect? What's going to happen with that ripple? Okay, I sometimes purposely cause ripples. Sometimes they're very effective. I've gotten a few people removed from Twitter. I'm not going to say who. All right. Create and enhance ethical frameworks and models for data and open source tooling. I had a debate with some folks the other day on OSINT, and I asked, what's your ethical framework? If somebody can't answer, what's your ethical framework for a study or a collection plan, that's an issue. Okay? Same thing for open source, if it's an open source project. Okay? And I think people who create open source projects should think about, is this going to be curated? And if it is going to be curated, what are my caveats for that? Okay. The other thing is I think that it's really important in today's age, because we are past just libraries and things on pulp, is there needs to be a very established relationship and a stronger bridge between people within the open source intelligence community, people within the open source community, and people within data communities. We should have a collaborative community. We should all be meeting together and see how things interconnect and see how we can help each other. I think that there needs to be an enhanced education and awareness. I think that that enhanced education and awareness needs to go everything from, I think it's great that there's coding for kids. That's awesome. Okay, but I think that also needs to go to a greater emphasis on also cognitive security and how to do analysis and what is the analytical reasoning for why that code should be there in the first place. What betterment to humanity is it going to create? Oop. And the last three are open source can provide a foundation for projects and programs for good. I know that I'm not with Bellingcat, but Bellingcat I know has actually set aside a whole section of their team to make open source software for human rights investigations. That model is pretty cool, okay? Curation should be done by trusted agents, not just anyone. So if you're working on a project, And you're on a nation state level. Is that the nation state you want doing the curation? I don't know. Depends what it is. And then open data and OSINT can and does assist open source and vice versa. I hope I didn't go over.
A little bit, but we're on lunch now. So,
Okay.
And that was absolutely fascinating, Sarah. Thank you. Because we're on the lunch break, you know, you have an option. If Sarah's willing to give us an extra 5 minutes, we can take a couple of questions. But equally, if people are keen to get out and get their sandwiches, we will understand. So are you okay to stay for 5 if we've got questions?
I'm fine if anybody has a question.
Okay. Does anyone have a question? Oh, everybody wants the sandwiches. Any questions for Sarah? I think lots to think about for sure. So we'll break for lunch. If Sarah's going to be joining us for lunch, then I'm sure she'd be happy to catch up with people separately then. So let's thank Sarah. Okay, so as I say, sandwiches are downstairs now on the 3rd floor. We're back here at 1 o'clock for a fireside chat with Jimmy Wales. So if you heard Jimmy's plenary session, then this is the opportunity to hear more from him. We're going to be picking up on the points about the threats to the open internet. And there might be an opportunity to ask questions, more questions of Jimmy in that session. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Committee for the Open Data Track. It's my privilege to introduce our next guest, who has probably, as you know, given the plenary session this morning, and he's back for more. So Jimmy Wales is an internet technology entrepreneur and famously the founder of Wikipedia. Jimmy serves on the board of trustees of Wikimedia Foundation, the non-profit charitable organization he established to operate Wikipedia. And in 2006, Jimmy was named Time magazine's 100 most influential people in the world for his role in creating Wikipedia. So over to you, Emma and Jimmy.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Sonia. Jimmy, welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here. And I know people are really chuffed to be able to talk to you for a second time in the one day. I'm actually going to start with where you left off in the plenary session this morning. So you talked about a whole range of different issues, but you finished with this concern that you have about the future of the open internet. So I wondered whether we could talk about that and what you see as the biggest threats to that movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, you know, I think there are a number of different threats to the open internet that range from sort of business developments to regulatory questions to legal things, censorship in particular. And one of the things that I would note as an example, if right now here in this room, and I haven't checked this today, but it's always this way, if you try to visit the website of the newspaper in Decatur, Alabama, a small town near where I grew up, you can't see it from here. And it's blocked because of GDPR. Mm-hmm. So the small town newspaper has decided not to serve traffic from Europe, which we're still in Europe for GDPR purposes. Because it claims worldwide jurisdiction and so on and so forth, and it's complicated for them to comply with. And sometimes when I've tweeted this as a complaint, because my mother sends me a news story from Decatur and I can't read it, people say, well, they should stop abusing our data then. And I'm like, if you think Decatur Daily newspaper is abusing your data, you're probably missing the point. And if you think GDPR is stopping Facebook from abusing your data, you're also missing the point. So, and this is, you know, GDPR as a regulation, I don't have a particular problem with it, other than that, clumsily implemented, it could be reformed, it could be refined to not have as big an impact on balkanizing the internet. And of course, I care a lot about this because I'm a Wikipedian, and I need to access sources from all around the world. And if I can't, because of various regulations, that's problematic. That's just one example, and not probably the most critical one, although I think it's quite bad. Actually, I think the Atlanta Journal-Constitution is also not accessible, and that's a big city newspaper. So, you know, even though that may not be the worst one, I think it's a good illustration of a well-meaning regulation which has had some knock-on effects that are not good for openness. So that's the sort of thing that, in general, I'm quite worried about.
Let's follow this sort of notion of the balkanization of the internet. And you know, I, as a former journalist myself, I have a tendency towards liking to sort of frame dystopian futures. So if that carries on unchecked, where does that take us?
Well, it's not good. I mean, right now, one of the impacts that we are seeing is, I'll just use the very active and live example of the news media in Russia versus the news media everywhere else in the world have a completely different story, completely different narrative. And this leads to people there having beliefs that are not consistent with the facts of reality, which causes them to support sort of things that are clearly bad and damaging. Even good people in Russia probably believe that this is denazification and that it's a small military operation, you know, whatever. That's just bad. And so if we talk about worst case scenarios, one of the fantastic opportunities and exciting things about the internet is just this idea of like, you can have friends anywhere in the world. You can know other cultures. You can know other people. That we can all see ourselves as human beings on the planet, not as sort of warring tribes. And so to the extent that we have this balkanization, then we live in our own bubbles, then that's bad. Now, let's be clear that the Russian example is only one type of example. We also see, obviously, information bubbles in the West. Certainly, I live in one. I live in London, and if you asked me 2 weeks before the Brexit vote, what was likely to happen, other than the fact that I'd seen some polling data which made me surprised at how close it was. But you really wouldn't, living in London, in my social circles anyway, it was literally exactly 0.0% of people who thought this was a good idea. Clearly, we didn't realize, right? I didn't realize, but probably some people did. So, and then in the US, of course, quite famously, there's different narratives, Fox News and so on. So that information bubble problem is a problem everywhere, but it certainly is exacerbated when we also have sort of artificial barriers and walls that people can't get information elsewhere. And one of the things about Wikipedia, in principle, the commitment to neutrality, which is imperfect, of course, and we're human beings and all of that, does hopefully mean like you can come to Wikipedia and hear both sides of a story, and you can understand what different people on different sides are saying, and therefore come to a better decision or better conclusion informed by what people who disagree with you think.
I was actually going to come on to Wikipedia because I was doing a little bit of background reading research over the weekend, and I came across a quote. I can't remember the attribution, which is terrible, but somebody once said that you're the only big tech boss who isn't a billionaire.
About 800 journalists have said that. So,
right, okay. So I'm the
all very
801st,
They say
right?
to me, how does it feel to not be a billionaire? I'm like, how does it feel to you?
So what? Very good point. I'm wondering, so the motivations are different. You get your kicks from more than money. I'm wondering, what that vision and those kicks bring to the free internet that other big tech companies don't. So what is it that you do differently that Wikipedia does differently?
Yeah, so I think a big piece of it is Wikipedia is fundamentally community driven. And so in my plenary, I talked about the feudal model of content moderation versus the open wiki model. And so that brings us to a lot of different places for a lot of different reasons. I think it's been important that Wikipedia is a nonprofit. And I'm not anti-for-profit companies, so don't pigeonhole me there. But for our purposes, I think it's been very important. It means that the Wikimedia Foundation is incredibly mission-driven and isn't primarily revenue-driven. And that's important. So, sometimes people say to me, why don't you just put an ad on every page of Wikipedia? Because then you would not have to do any fundraising. You could obviously make, so much more money. And it's like, yeah, like at what moral cost and what cost to our independence? So right now, when you're on Wikipedia and you're on the page, Las Vegas, right? You can trust the information there is just some geeky Wikipedians who are writing about the history and story of Las Vegas. And it's not, you don't see flashing ads at the top, come to Vegas, cheap tickets, da-da-da-da. Even though I think selling tickets to fly to Las Vegas cheaply is a perfectly legitimate thing to do, I don't think it's right for Wikipedia. And then the next level of that is, at the Wikimedia Foundation, when we're thinking about design of software and things like that, nobody ever suggests, gee, we should try and move the traffic from the site and tempt people over to higher revenue pages, right? So, gosh, we can't sell anything to these people who are reading about Queen Victoria, but we might be able to sell them cheap tickets to Las Vegas if they could get them to read. Like, that just isn't a thought process. Like, it's an encyclopedia, and follow your heart and follow your mind and so forth. So that being a nonprofit, I think, has been really important, that it aligns our values. But even further, being a nonprofit that is funded by a very wide margin by small donations is also important. So another thing people say to me is, why are you asking for money on the website? Why don't you just get Google and Apple and Facebook to pay for it? And I'm like, let's think that through a bit, you know? Like, I don't think that sounds like a great idea because we do have, we, meaning the community, have a really strong intellectual independence. And so, you know, if some donor calls up and says, I'm really unhappy about this page, I would just say, well, you know, I'm sorry. Like, there's not much I can do about that because it's Wikipedia, and the community is not going to care that you don't like the page about your company. So, you know, so it means nothing's for sale and all of that.
Just remind us how big that community is.
So the size of the community is, there's no simple answer to that. So millions of people have edited throughout time. Every month, I haven't looked at the numbers recently, but it's so 70 to 90,000 people a month make at least 5 edits. And then there's, say, 3,000 to 5,000 who are the really active volunteers. These are the ones who, they all know each other and we know them and so on. And so that's 3,000 to 5,000 people making at least 100 edits. So it's varied. And then, you know, editing is up this year, which is a good thing. But it's pretty stable. So we had our peak, the highest number of editors was in, I think, 2007. And then it went through a decline, which was quite worrisome because we were like, oh dear, you know, from 2001 to 2007, it was a great ramp upwards. And have we, you know, was it a fad that nobody's going to want to do anymore? But it stabilized, and so it's been, you know, I think it was kind of exciting for people at first, and some people got bored of it, but the geeks kept doing it. So.
Yeah, it's every founder's fear, isn't it? That it was magic, and the magic's coming.
yeah, but no, it's been reasonably stable for a long time, so it's been up a bit in recent years. So yeah, it's a good, healthy community.
But there are threats, and you mentioned some of these in your talk this morning. In fact, and I'm paraphrasing. I think you said that the biggest threat to Wikipedia is misguided regulators with little or no understanding of content moderation on the web.
Yes, that sounds like
that's a huge topic, right? Do you want to say a bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, and I did talk about this extensively this morning, so maybe most people have heard this, but you know, the Wikipedia model is not the top-down, what I call the feudal model of every other system, where you know, the rules are set by the owner, and the enforcement is done by the owner's police, and you as a user, you know, really have very little say in how the site is moderated and what decisions are made, versus the Wikipedia model where the community is completely in charge of all of that and sort of makes the rules and enforces the rules and so on and so forth within certain broad parameters. You know, so one example would be set down from me from day one when I said in POV is non-negotiable, so neutral point of view, non-negotiable, that Wikipedia will be neutral. So you wouldn't have a situation where some language version of Wikipedia decides that it's going to be the Greek Orthodox Church point of view. I just picked that randomly as a church that I don't think would have any desires to do that, but it just won't happen because that's sort of one of the fundamental rules that the Wikimedia Foundation even would be prepared to say, no, actually, that we're going to shut that down. That's not possible. But in general, all the rules are made by the community. It's, you know, it's a very open system. And so if you're thinking, oh, how can we force the companies to do a better job of dealing with trolling? And so you start to impose obligations on companies. And I mean, in this country, they're talking about criminal charges against executives of internet companies, and I'm like, hello, I live here. I don't really want to be criminally responsible if somebody's being mean to someone on the internet, even though I think we do a good job, better than almost anybody else, of, you know, we don't allow trolling, we don't allow abusive behavior and so forth. We've always said Wikipedia is not a wide open free speech forum. It's a project to build an encyclopedia. So even though we're in a good position, you can imagine us suddenly being in the position of saying, look, yeah, we could be criminally responsible if somebody is bullying someone on the site. Gee, then are we able to let the community do the moderation? Do we have to start really stepping in and controlling what's said on the website in a way that we never have before? It just is unworkable. So that's the sort of thing that I do worry about.
I was going to ask you a question actually about how you and the open web movement were working to educate lawmakers, but I guess it's a two-part. It's what are you doing to educate lawmakers, and what can lawmakers learn from you and the model?
Yeah, Yeah, definitely. I mean, certainly, there's a lot to be learned, and a lot of the problems are really, really hard. So, something that I used to be sort of more optimistic about, and I'm not as optimistic anymore because I haven't really seen it work, is the idea of using a wiki type of model for government consultations. So right now the typical sort of government consultation is, here's a form, post your comment, and then the government gets like 30,000 comments. Half of them are trolling and half of them are nonsense, and they have to sort through them as best they can. It's just not a very useful system. So imagine if you had instead a system where people could come together as groups, thoughtfully negotiate and debate and get different people from different sides and actually build something. I think it's a great idea, but I've just not seen it put into practice anywhere very well. And there are a lot of challenges there, because certainly for a lot of political issues, people have a real axe to grind. Sometimes they are lobbyists who have a real axe to grind, and sort of controlling that process so that you actually are getting a balanced representation of the public who are really thoughtfully chewing on the problems is hard to do. But I think that it's the sort of thing that we should be hoping for and expecting, that we see some idea in government of, using digital tools in a way that to engage the public in new ways and productive ways.
It's really interesting because I have to confess for my sins that I was a civil servant at one point working in the Cabinet Office, and one of the projects that I was involved with in 2010 was something called Your Freedom, which was about abolishing redundant laws and regulations, and this was all about crowdsourcing the opinions of the public. And there was a huge amount of discussion going on at the time about how can we use these tools to widen consultation and carry out deliberative engagement at scale. And you're right, it doesn't seem to have actually lived up to what we thought.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Rohan Silva was in number 10. Yeah, there was something they did where they were looking to cut waste in government, and they sort of had a form, fill out, identify waste in government and let us know. And they got like, oh, well, we had to throw out a bunch of pens because they've been in the cabinet for so long that they went dry. It's like, great, but that's not really, there's 30,000 comments. How do we do anything useful with that? And so it's not as simple as people would have thought. No. While at the same time, it doesn't mean we shouldn't be thinking in that way. Yeah. Sort of, how do we engage more minds in a positive, constructive way? Because we know in some ways it definitely is possible. I mean, we see it in open source software projects all the time. We see it in Wikipedia where, there's problems and there's disagreements, but people come together and they sort of chew it and they come to compromise, and it basically works, rough consensus and running code, as the old saying is.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to get really specific now, and then I do want to leave some time for questions because I'm sure that we've got lots of those in the audience. It's not quite an elephant in the room, but it almost is. The online safety bill, dare I say it. The kitchen sink bill, as it's been dubbed, it's been kicking around, I think, since 2018 now, and it's sort of, its boundaries seem to have expanded quite significantly. You, of course, have testified to Parliament or given evidence to Parliamentary Committee on this. I just wonder, why have you, for those who don't know, this is a piece of legislation going through the UK Parliament at the moment. It has to enter statute, I think, in the autumn of 2023, but it's just had its second reading in the House of Lords. This is something that Jimmy has been, very vocal about, along with a bunch of other people as well, it has to be said. So I just wonder what you think is wrong with it, if we haven't time to even touch the sides.
I mean, there's a lot of different elements. So fundamentally, for the first step is to say, as you read the bill, if you're thinking about, this is a way to try and get Facebook and Twitter to do a better job, then you understand the bill. Like that is sort of what their thought process is. If you think, how will this impact small community websites? How will this impact Wikipedia? How will it impact this and the other? There's been no thought in the bill really about that sort of thing at all. And so it's deeply flawed in lots of ways. And then, the other thing is it's one of your more classic sort of just think of the children kind of debates, where it's hard to be against it because you don't want to, online safety for children in particular is incredibly important, and I'm very much in favor of it. But I'm not in favor of it in attempting it in ways that actually don't make sense. So the sort of age gating requirement, which I think may have been amended in the Lords recently, so I'm not quite clear on where it stands today, so I'll talk hypothetically about it. But, you know, Michelle Donnellan, the relevant minister, put out a video saying, reading a really straw man question, oh dear, are children not going to be allowed to read Wikipedia for their homework? It's like, obviously not. Like, that's not going to happen because the entire country would go into revolt. Like, that's, you know, you can't stop kids from using Wikipedia. But the law, there's nothing, you know, so Michelle assures, like, this is not going to happen. But, like, there's nothing in the bill that I can find that would say why we would be exempted from this. And so that's problematic. And then furthermore, it's like, how is that going to work? And so she's asked the question. She says, oh, these tech companies, we're not going to mandate which technology, but they've got lots of ways. Well, we don't have lots of ways. We don't have lots of ways because we don't do the kind of data gathering. So yeah, it's probably true that when you get on your computer, Facebook, everyone in this room, Facebook or any of the major sort of ad-serving companies, they probably got a pretty good idea of a lot of things about you. Your age, your demographic, your income, your interests, and so on, because the system is gathering, you know, surveillance capitalism, as it's been called. And so, you know, you could say, well, they kind of know when it's a kid, so they can kind of, well, okay, first of all, that's very fuzzy and vague anyway. But guess what? Wikipedia deliberately gathers almost no information on anyone. It is part of our principles, and in fact, we think it's an important safety principle that, and a human rights principle. Like, you go on Wikipedia, and what you're reading is your own personal private business. And we don't look into it. We don't care. We don't store. We store a little bit of data, long enough to do some statistics, and then we burn it. Like, that's our way, because we think that's important. It's the same way a lot of libraries, at least in the US, I don't know about here, are very keen not to keep records on which books people are reading, because that's just dangerous information to have. Even in sort of safe, calm Western democracies, you don't necessarily want people knowing what books you read. Like, that's kind of your own business. So, so things like that, right, where it's like, has this really been thought through? Is it likely to actually improve anyone's safety? Is it actually addressing the real problems people face? And so we have to concede, if we're having a frank conversation, some of the problems that people are concerned about are real problems, but they are deeper and broader than the internet. So if we want to talk about negative body image issues, particularly for young girls, this is a huge problem in society that leads to a lot of bad outcomes for women, bullying, you know, all this sort of thing. But you know what? We used to be banging on about that with the fashion magazines and things like that. Nobody's complaining about the fashion magazine anymore, even though they're as bad as they've ever been. And so that deeper cultural problem of what are the messages we're giving to teenage girls of what makes you important, what makes you popular, what should you be focused on. If they are around how skinny you are and how you look and what clothes you're wearing, that's negative in society, and we all know it's negative. And now if we want to say, well, it's Instagram's fault. Okay, right, Instagram is not great on this. Certainly, young girls do get on Instagram and they start following influencers who are not healthy and all that. True. But guess what? It's a deeper, more fundamental social problem that I'm not sure what the solution is. I mean, I wish I could tell you, and I know how to solve it. I have no idea how to solve it.
Yeah.
Like, that's a culture problem that we all need to struggle with. So that's, you know, one example. I had another example in mind, but I got on a rant on that one, so maybe I'll just leave it there.
No, don't worry. I mean, it's a great example, and I think one of the things that's been said about the bill is it's, you know, there is legislation, and a lot of the areas that it covers, there already is legislation.
Yeah.
You know, for the offline world.
I know what I was going to say. Okay. So, one thing I don't see in the bill is any serious amount of funding for increased police resources to deal with bullying, harassment, stalking. So if you're being stalked or bullied online and you call the police, what is the response you get? Well, not good enough. That is the answer. And so if somebody said, in order to improve online safety, we're adding a whole department of, you know, sort of trained counselors and police to look into and to help people with the issue, we're actually going to increase funding to anti-bullying charities so that we can get these messages out there and have helplines for people to call that aren't necessarily calling the police, but calling someone who can give you advice. That sounds great. That sounds like that would contribute a lot to online safety. And we don't see any of that in this bill. And so I'm like, okay, this isn't really fit for purpose. Like, we could do so much better than this without introducing all kind of sort of, I mean, one of the things that I get wound up about is that legal but harmful content is a really bad expression. I think even the proponents have started distancing from that because it's kind of incoherent. It's like, we want regulation so that we can censor content that's legal, but we're not going to say it's illegal anymore. Like, that's just crazy talk, right? It's like, let's be honest and say, we actually think the sharing of certain ideas should be illegal, which nobody wants to say because everyone wants to say they're in favor of freedom of expression, but they want to enact rules that would force internet companies to take down content or suppress it in various ways, even though it's legal. Okay, this is like incoherent way of talking. It's a scam, right? It's a way of trying to convince people of something without really saying what it is you're trying to do.
Kind of also the world's worst flow chart, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it this? Or I don't know. Okay, I'm going to stop asking questions now to give the audience an opportunity. So I'm expecting lots of hands to go up. Maybe wrongly. There's one over there and one over here. So Richard, I think it is, in the glasses, and then Sarah sitting over here. I don't know everybody's name, by the way. Just in case. I haven't got all your data, memorised your faces.
Like Emma, I was also a BBC journalist. In fact, Emma was my editor for a while, longer ago than either of us care to remember. But I want to ask, I mean, there's so many other questions I could ask you, but the one question I really want to ask you is, you used the word neutrality. My former employer uses the word impartiality, and I wondered if you could talk about the difference between neutrality and impartiality and how you decide what neutrality is.
Okay, so I'm not sure what the difference is between neutrality and impartiality. I would say they're quite close synonyms, and I suppose without naming your former employer, we might be talking about the BBC, who I think uses that term. So good question. I'm not really sure how the BBC thinks about it in the nitty-gritty details. Okay. Probably. So from our perspective, the way we say, so first of all, to keep in mind that the Wikimedia Foundation, as the owner and operator of Wikipedia, does not get involved in content disputes at that level at all. It just doesn't. So it's really the community that conceives of this and enforces and thinks about it. And one of the ways that we think about it is we say, part of it is to go meta and to say, what are all of the major points of view on this issue and how do we present them fairly? So, and this is a judgment call. This is really very, very human, and it involves a lot of dialogue and discussion. So the article on the moon doesn't say, the moon, some say is made of rocks, some say cheese, who knows, you know? And that's where I would say the BBC and a lot of news organizations fall down of like, you know, oh, this sort of panel of Harvard scientists says the vaccine is safe and effective, and this Hollywood actress comedian says it's dangerous. Who knows, you know? Like, that's not really neutrality. That's like just dropping the ball on being thoughtful. At the same time, recognizing there are valid different viewpoints on many, many, many topics. They need to be addressed. They need to be presented fairly. For an encyclopedia, you don't want to come to the encyclopedia and be told only one side of the story if there are legitimate disagreements. So we don't try to always present you with the capital T truth, according to us. We try to present you with the major sides. And so we call it going meta. It's like step back from the debate and present the debate rather than try to answer the question. So, you know, if you think about a particular example that sounds hard, is actually quite easy. A topic like abortion, right? A very controversial topic. People have very passionate views on it. And, you know, if you imagine a kind and thoughtful Catholic priest and a kind and thoughtful Planned Parenthood activist, the important part is kind and thoughtful, and they can come together and they can work on the issue about abortion, knowing we're never going to agree fundamentally. Like, we have very different worldviews about this topic. And so Wikipedia is not going to say, I don't know, abortion is a sin, but it could say the Catholic Church's position on abortion is this, and the Pope has said this, and critics have responded that. And at the end of the day, hopefully both those people can look at that, point to the article with pride and say, this explains what we're arguing about. Like, this is a fair explanation of the debate. And what we have found is that it turns out that if we specify kind and thoughtful, even highly ideological people, in fact, in some cases, very well-informed ideological people find this easier to do, because if I'm really convinced and I feel confident in my position, I don't mind you hearing the other side's view, because I think if you understand the issue, obviously you'll agree with me. Whereas the people who aren't sure of their position, who just have ideology without facts to back it up, are terrified to hear the other side, and they want to shut it down and silence it. So anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying there are no easy answers, but I think the idea, almost everybody understands it and gets it and wants it. If you, my favorite example recently, I read this really great article in the Washington Post when Trump was president. And I agreed with it completely, and I thought it was fantastic and fun. But it was not an opinion editorial piece. It was supposed to be straight news, and it was basically just a rant against Donald Trump, which I agreed with fully. But I thought, you know what? This isn't really what I want from straight news. Like, if I want a rant against Donald Trump, I can write my own, or I can go to the opinion editorial page and get a really nice, juicy rant against Donald Trump. This is supposed to be reporting in a straight news kind of way on some scandal of his. And I think it's important that it be as neutral as possible, because otherwise, people who you're trying to persuade and convince that Trump is basically a criminal are going to read this and go, not really buying this, because it's obviously just a rant against Donald Trump, and therefore I don't find it as persuasive as a straight factual article that might, not throw up my defenses and let me kind of think through the information a bit more clearly.
We could carry on this conversation all afternoon, and in some ways I wish that we were going to do that, but we have to be fair to our other panellists and people who've submitted to the CFP. But Jimmy, this has been absolutely fascinating, and on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you very much.
Oh, thank you
for joining us.
Good.
Thank you. Very much.
I'm going to run to an interview with the BBC. I hope they're impartial with me.
If not, then neutral. Thank you, Jimmy.
Now, open data has expanded into all walks of life, from improving transport ecosystems to tackling climate crisis around the world. In the cultural sector, open access to data published by and about the sector provides researchers, policymakers, and the public with new data sets and new insights from some of the most important institutions around the world. Our next panel is Open Data for Life and discusses the importance of data stewardship in the cultural sector. It's chaired by Jane Crowe from the Open Data Institute.
Thanks, Sonia, and welcome everybody. And just to build on that introduction, the cultural and heritage sectors have been looking after collections for hundreds of years, from art and artifacts to historically important buildings and landscapes, and even living collections of animals and plants. So it really is a vast space that we're covering here. And those collections contain essential knowledge about our societies and civilizations, and they have the potential to provide an evidence base to address some of the big challenges of our time. But how do we look after and share the information about these collections responsibly? How do we measure the social and economic value of these collections? And how do we secure the future of the sector? We think it's the data that has the potential to unlock the answers to those questions. And the vital new-ish role for the sector is the stewardship of that data. So I'm delighted to be joined by this wonderful panel who we hope are going to bring quite different perspectives to this conversation. So I'll give really brief introductions to start with. China Williams from the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew. Now, Kew stewards an extraordinarily wide range of collections, the globally unique and growing collection of plant and fungal specimens, over 8 million, in fact, DNA, seed banks, as well as collections including art, library, illustrations, economic botany, and historic buildings. We've even got a palace, I believe. And interestingly, because we're thinking about audiences as well, the site itself, Kew Gardens, ranks as #1 as the most visited paid attraction in Britain, which I only discovered, which was quite a surprise. And Kew's currently embarking on its digital revolution, so the digitization of its collections, which we're going to hear a lot about. And welcome to Sarah Brown from the Collections Trust, which helps museums work with the information that connects collections and audiences. Their standards and advice are used around the world to make museum collections accessible. And now, objects and knowledge from UK museums will soon be easier to find and work with, thanks to an ambitious project to set up a new museum data service. And again, looking forward to hearing more about that from Sarah. And Anne Torreggiani from the Audience Agency, the UK charity for cultural participation and engagement. The Audience Agency is a specialist research organisation working with and for arts, museums and heritage organisations, campaigns for a more inclusive, people-centred approach, informed and inspired by data. And they have pioneered, amongst all the other work they do, pioneered a world-first data aggregation and analytics service known as Audience Finder. And Anne will be telling us more about that. So thank you all for being here today. And before we talk about open, which is the theme of the day, I'd like first to explore the stewardship of the data. So at the ODI, we recognise stewarding data as the foundational activity in the life cycle of data. So collecting, maintaining and sharing the data and making those important decisions about who has access to it, for what purposes and for whose benefit. So to each of you, I think there's two-part sort of question to kick things off. Why does the stewardship of cultural data matter? And from what I've just said about our description of stewarding, does the role of the steward, or should the role of the steward, extend beyond collecting, maintaining and sharing? And so I'll go to you first, Sarah, with that one. Potluck.
Thanks, Jane. So the role of Collections Trust is we are a data steward in some ways. We work with a lot with museums, collections information, but we also support, advocate for lots of other data stewards. So I think what I've really been reflecting on in the sense of our role is the real importance of recognizing the difference, I'm maybe going to get a bit philosophical, between ownership and stewardship, because I think ownership can sometimes lead to being a bit possessive, it can lead to barriers, gatekeeping, all of those sorts of different sort of negative power dynamics, whereas stewardship has more of that framework underpinning of ethics, it's more about collaboration, it's more about being open-minded as well as open with our data. So, for example, it was really interesting actually hearing the previous conversation. We know that collections data isn't neutral. It's the result of lots of choices. You mentioned decisions even in your introduction. What collections information are we recording? Who from? What are we excluding? All of those different decisions come into play. So the data as well is a product of all of those decisions. And with museum sector in particular, it's a product of a sector that isn't necessarily the most diverse sector at the moment. So we don't necessarily have that multiple perspectives that we need in our collections data. So I would broaden the role of a steward to that being collaborative so that the data can evolve beyond that sort of one story that's being told at the moment.
Fantastic, thank you. I like that difference between open and open-minded is a really interesting one. China, Kew's a historic institution stewarding collections spanning art and science and cultural heritage. So what does it mean to Kew's role now to be stewarding the data about that vast range of collections?
Yeah, well, as you said, our collections represent over 260 years of plant and fungal science, and they're also global, which I think is important as well. So particularly, again, you mentioned the difference between stewardship and ownership, but we have collections. We have an active collecting program at Kew as well. So collections are happening, right now, and obviously we hold a lot of the specimens and information under under agreements with the countries of origin. We do have a sort of very defined role under the National Heritage Act to care for the collection. So we do have a sort of a legal role. We have to care for collections. We have to keep them as a national reference collection, and importantly, make them available for study. I think that's where it's really, and let the public come in for knowledge and enjoyment. But I think that thing of making them available for study is also is a really key one here. And as you said, we're embarking on a huge digitisation project of our collections, and that will really kind of unlock that information where previously, you had to come to Kew to study that specimen information, and we have core information resources like medicinal plant name services and Plants of the World Online, which are used across the world. So obviously, one of our kind of our additional obligations is we need to make sure that the information is accurate and is reflecting the most up-to-date, scientific analysis, and that's available and usable for all, and particularly those partners with which we've worked and whose material that we hold. I think that's an important point.
Thank you. And Anne, we've talked so far about the collections, but your work is involved on the data about the audiences.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how interesting all our different definitions of being a steward on. Maybe it's about on whose behalf are you stewarding is an interesting question, isn't it? So the Audience Agency, we are taking data from lots of cultural institutions, in fact about 1,500 altogether. We've taken little bits, sometimes little fragmented bits of information, essentially about audiences and about what those organisations do. So we're collecting audience information from ticketing systems, from surveys, which also means we're collecting data about events. We've got events and listings data. We've also got venue and place data. So all of these data sets are coming at us, and then there's a massive job of aggregation, organisation, anonymisation. There's a lot. So just being, in a sense, being a steward for me is there's just quite a lot of work in the collecting and sort of transforming bit, right? So there's quite a lot of work there. But I think the steward part, so there is is just a really practical job, and particularly in our sector, which is made up of a lot of, essentially, very few huge organisations, lots of very small organisations. So it is an important job to try and make sense of it. You know, there are still many dark corners of the sector that we don't really even understand. We've just done a piece of work for the heritage sector, and we've realised that maybe it's about 4 times the size than English Heritage thinks it is, because they didn't have all the data for it. You know, so things like that, right? So there is just a big the collecting, maintaining bit is important in itself. But I do think that when I think of being a steward, I think of us being the custodian of this really important understanding of who's engaging how on behalf of the sector. So for me, there is something, we have to go a bit beyond just maintaining it. We have to explain it. As I say, there's a lot of holes in it, and exactly how it gets used and how it gets interpreted. I feel enormously responsible that we don't let people misunderstand what that data means when you put it together with other things. What can you conclude and what can't you? I think it's our job to be kind of a cook. I think we need to pull the plums out of the pudding sometimes. What's really important in here? What matters? You know, if we look at things like, you know, one of the things we spotted is this kind of real issue around ageing audiences for certain performing arts. Now, if you just look at the data as a passerby, policymaker or practitioner in a large theatre, you wouldn't notice what we can see. So that pulling the plum out of the pudding is very important. And I think there's something about ethics as well. It's like, what should we be using this data for? Is that all right or not? I think we also have, part of our stewardship is around that as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that as well, you know, touch on that as well, that we need to think about this equity towards being able to access. So, you know, at Kew, we hold historic collections from most countries in the world, and so we also need to think really carefully about how those countries can access the data that we have, and think about almost like a sort of virtual repatriation in a way, but also using a broad range of tools like citizen science, but as well as the kind of machine learning, and think about how through our partnerships are we addressing that huge challenge of sort of equal access to data.
Yeah, that's really, and that's a really interesting point, that global aspect. When we think about the ethics and we think about what it is to be a responsible steward of data, what does that mean in different parts of the world? We can easily look at that through a very Western lens, but actually that can mean something very different in different parts of the world. So that's a really good point. So, thank you. So to move on to the topic of open then, which we've already started to touch upon, you know, we recognise that data exists on a spectrum, from closed to shared to open. Context is everything. Interested to know from your different contexts, and you've got multiple China at Kew, how you decide when open is right and the opportunities or challenges that presents. So again, I think you've probably got multiple contexts at Kew, so I'll go to you first, China.
Yeah, the director of Kew gave a talk the other day, and I heard him describing the digitisation project as in a sense liberating knowledge, which was, you know, is a really powerful thing, and it is. And as I said, you know, making information available that previously you would have had to come to Kew. So there's a big push from funders, from our grants to make science research, scientific knowledge that we have at Kew open, and very, you know, with that, but there are big challenges for us. So obviously there'll be in some cases when we can't make open things like location data or something like that about a plant, longitude and latitude of where it is, and then we also, as I said, information relating to traditional knowledge around plants and use, and that is often laid out in agreements that we might have with the knowledge holders, so that there is this real balance between the positives of being open and also respecting and protecting the rights of knowledge holders in this era of open science. So I think that's maybe let the others speak, and then we can sort of come back to discussing, you know, how we balance that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's huge, and yet you were talking the scale of all of this, and brings us on to a whole other issue around resources, which would be one for another conversation. But Sarah.
Yeah, I think the word balance that China used towards the end, I think really resonates with me. So there's a lot of debate in the museum sector at the moment, particularly around decolonization, around sort of harmful language, discriminatory content that might be part of historic record. So we wouldn't want to delete that information. And obviously being open with collections data brings with it opportunities for people to enhance, if we are being open-minded, to enhance our collections data, to identify bias, to sort of address gaps, you know, all of that sort of stuff. But as you say, it needs to be done with that sort of ethical framework around it so that we're also being aware of well-being when we're exposing people to that content, and also asking for their contributions and asking for them to be exposed and work with that data. So it's not just as simple as share. It's share with some context, share with some warnings, share with framework for well-being as well, I think is important.
Yeah, so I think I'm just thinking about it from a... So I think we talked a little bit about how our work relates to the Sustainable Development Goals. I was thinking a lot of our work is around, you know, kind of making arts and culture much more accessible to a much broader public. I mean, that's essentially what we're about. It's like the benefits of lifelong learning and well-being, trying to improve equality of access. But we're also thinking about institutional health and resilience around those things as well. So I think there's definitely, when I'm thinking about, you know, some of the issues around open, we're trying to balance, you know, what is genuinely can be used in the public domain that is really useful, and particularly in the pursuit of better access for all, better visibility, you know, lower prices, whatever those things may be, against the kind of, you know, because we're an aggregator on behalf of lots of cultural organisations and institutions, you know, they have, you know, there are sensitivities for them about what we should and shouldn't reveal about their, you know, their own progress. They need to be their own spokesperson. So I think we hold this space between, you know, what our responsibility is to the wider sector and to the public against, you know, all those organisations for whom we are a data steward in a sense as well. So it's this kind of interesting path between those two things that I think, you know, ideally would be the questions around open. Interestingly, though, there is just some really pragmatic things. I mean, we just don't have vast resources at our fingertips to make genuinely open self-serve data available. So, you know, when I talk about open, it's quite a compromised form of open. You know, it's a kind of, you know, we're really talking about responsible sharing and being very open to doing it, but so much contextualization required, so much hand-holding, the data sets aren't perfect. So I think the dream of open data, particularly for the complex interrelated data sets I'm talking about, you know, we need a lot of resourcing just to make them as open as we'd really like them to be, you know. So there is just some pragmatic issues beyond the straight ethical ones.
It keeps coming back to responsibility and
completely, choices about, you know, what's
So interestingly, you've also, you know, open at different degrees, but the thing that you've all talked about is collaboration and connectedness. So whether, you know, open and connected or not open and connected, it's that connectedness that seems to be the common denominator. Can you speak more of that with sort of examples and perhaps how that connectedness drives up the value and impact of the data, and perhaps towards sustainable development goals, as you've mentioned, Anne?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's been really useful about having open shared data and the understanding that comes with it is that we've you know, thinking particularly about organisations being able to collaborate together, and I think particularly around we tend to be, we're quite successful at reaching certain parts of the population and less so others. I think by creating a single conversation where we're all on the same page and we all understand, you know, I'm thinking particularly about participation and engagement. How do we all understand where the real barriers are, what people are really saying? There are some regional things, there are some things to do with where you put the infrastructure and so on. So we can see that big picture now, but we can also share it with others. So I think that definitely having this is real evidence now. This is not people's opinions. I think you can change the conversation about what the urgent things we need to do together are. So, you know, we've seen a lot of things. I mean, if I took the example of, there's a great programme that has been backed by the Arts Council of England, and for a long time, this was a very tiny pilot project, which was about about getting communities involved, making choices about their own programming, about programming of arts and culture in their area. And the work that we did was around, you know, collecting all the data about that and seeing it as being very different from the kinds of things that the Arts Council usually funded. What we could see was hyper-local really, really mattered. Giving people choices, giving people a voice in their own communities. We could see at a big macro level that was the single most successful intervention of public money we've ever seen in terms of democratising arts and culture. So without that kind of data, I don't think you would have had that. It's now become a huge programme. It's really well funded. It has changed probably the way that policy has gone in the arts in England. And that's as a result really about being able to sort of see that was making a difference on a big scale. But it's also, that's on the sort of like the macro level, but also at the micro level, it's kind of given people really tangible information about what they can and should do together as organisations. What difference can we make in our local community? So this having real evidence, not a bunch of assumptions and opinions, particularly I think when you've got, in the participation space, lots of well-meaning ideas about what barriers really are. We need that evidence to change behaviours within the sector. So for me, it's as hands-on as that.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Sarah?
I don't necessarily know what I would add to that. I think it's quite interesting. This probably doesn't answer your question, but just hearing your perspective on data about anonymizing, about sort of evidence-based, that's actually quite different to collections data. We need attribution. We need a lot of transparency around where this information has come from in the first place in order for it to have impact and in order for it to have meaning. So it's quite interesting sort of hearing from the audience data side, the collections data, it's actually quite different, even though it's all very much the same.
Yeah.
I don't think that answers your question, though.
No, it's really interesting to hear that very, very different perspective, and also, the participation element that you talked of. We're embarking on a programme of work to do much more in-depth research around participatory approaches to data. So really interesting. Mm-hmm. China with the global, Q has huge global connections.
I'm thinking again on the community level. We've had a couple of really positive projects in the Useful Plant project in Mexico and Mozambique, very much working from a community led base level to identify important plant. What are the important plants in that small community, whether it be for food, health, whatever, and that the information about use and seeds from those plants are the kind of focus of those projects. And I think that's sort of the way to go, is that Q's are obviously often not the primary recorder of that newly documented knowledge, but it's done on the community level and it's done in country. So that's kind of a different shift, and I think we're seeing that. I think there's a couple of examples from Spain. They've recently created a Spanish inventory of traditional knowledge, and an online platform as well where citizens can document that knowledge. And then on a bigger level, the Indian government have invested in a traditional knowledge digital library, which is very much to kind of protect knowledge and establish prior use, something that can be searched by patent offices, but also could be used. So I think that kind of bottom-up led, way of documenting that kind of more sensitive knowledge is the most sort of the best way to go, really.
Fantastic. Well, gosh, we could, and there's a whole range of other subjects we could cover here. We haven't even touched upon all the resourcing issues and the practicalities, but this, really strong themes coming through around the responsibility and the challenges around resources. Who is going to do, who needs to do this, and the challenge of connections and partnerships. So, thank you. I think we could keep talking, but we need to give some time for the audience to ask some questions. So, would anybody like to ask a question? There is one at the back of the room. Should we take that one first, and then if you could just wait till the microphone comes to you.
Hello, my name's Emma Careen. I work at the Alan Turing Institute in the Open Infrastructure Programme. I'm very aware that collections are not just in big national museums and organisations. How can you, as these national large institutions, support these smaller museums and institutes from actually digitising their collections, because I feel like there's such a huge wealth of other data out there. How can we start to bring those collections into the sort of national collections?
Absolutely. And Sarah, I know the Museum Data Service is addressing exactly that, isn't it? So would you like to take that one?
Yeah, so that's a really, really good question. And a lot of the museums that we work with day to day are the tiny volunteer museums, the sort of more medium size, as well as you say, those nationals. So the Museum Data Service, without getting technical, because I can't get technical, is really aiming to gather together and pool all of the information from, ideally all of the museums is the target over the next few years, whether they be tiny museums with an Excel spreadsheet, whether they be a museum with a really fancy database, in whatever form they have it, without them needing to process or edit that information in any way, which can then be used for, without making assumptions. We were talking before about making assumptions about use, but it would then be available for a researcher or for somebody with some sort of other project who wants to process it in the way that they need to and then sort of work with it. So that's the aim over the next few years. We're working with a few pilot museums at the moment just to troubleshoot in terms of, ingesting the data from all of these different formats, essentially. And we're also doing some consultation at the moment about what those different museums might need in terms of support. As you say, maybe they've got lots of little card catalogues that are handwritten that they need a bit of help with just typing up into a computer. It can be as simple as that. So that's the sort of support as well that, as a sector support organisation, we'll hopefully be working with them to support them on that, as well as the bigger infrastructure side of things. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, so I think this is amazing because I'm a trustee of Europeana, which is the big, the European-funded kind of museum data aggregation service. It's we've just been relicensed for another 10-year license thing. But I think this question of how small museums, it's a massive uphill struggle to actually kind of do that really hands-on, the dirty work of just getting the information ready to be digitised. And I think it's just a really great model as a way of doing things. So I just wanted to say, big up Museum Data Service. That's great.
Yeah, I don't know about the museum world, but I do know that a couple of organisations, PlantNet, which is a UK network of botanic gardens, and then BGCI, which is the international version, they both have a lot of resources and training and support for digitising projects. So that's definitely something that would be worth looking at for maybe a botanic garden, or that might be connected. Some small botanic gardens have very small cultural heritage collections as well.
Thank you. We got time for your question, Emma? We haven't. Oh, okay.
Sorry. Maybe if I get time with any of you later, take the opportunity to ask it. That's been fantastic.
Thank you.
So really illuminating discussion. Again, another one that could have gone on for a long time. But I'd like to thank Anne, to thank Sarah, Jane, and also, of course, China from Kew Gardens. Thank you so much for a great panel. And as is our style, we're now going to take 5 minutes break. We've got a talk coming up next. We're going to be hearing from Francesco Bonfiglio, who is the CEO of Gaia-X, and he will be joining us at 2:10. So if you'd like to stick around for that, then that would be great. Otherwise, we'll see you again shortly. Thanks. Thank you. Can I make an appeal that people, obviously if you're sitting in the mask zone, then that's fine, but others, if you could pull forward so we've got, you know, feels a little bit more cosy. If people are in the front rows. Makes our speakers feel more at home if we do that. Line of sight. Come on, don't be shy. Head up to the front. Thanks, Ian. Okay, so given that the UK is still grappling with the fallout from Brexit, our next talk has the intriguing title, Gaia-X, a European Union for Data Economy. Gaia-X is a not-for-profit organisation, as I'm sure you all know, grouping hundreds of companies across the globe to define a new generation of digital services based on transparency, controllability and interoperability. Our speaker for this session is Francesco Bonfiglio, who joined Gaia-X as its new CEO almost 2 years ago. Over to you, Francesco.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I don't know how exciting this session will be, and I don't know how much you are interested in digital sovereignty. I hope you will be more interested after the end of this speech. So first of all, how many of you have heard about Gaia-X? Wow, that's a big success. How many of you know what Gaia-X is? Cool. So that's the reason why I'm here. So my name is Francesco. I'm Italian, so I hope my accent will be good enough. And I'm talking about the future of European digital ecosystems, not Gaia-X. So it might sound big words, but that's what it is all about. Let's start from the why. So what are we talking about? Everybody keeps talking about data economy. Do we really know what data economy is? I try myself to give simple explanation to big questions and big topics like we can talk for hours. So to me, data economy is all about implementing the digitalization of value chains, which translates into the creation of common data spaces. And with this sentence, I could go back home because there's a lot to debate about it. But believe me, this is the way I explain it, because this is the way I understand it. So actually, digital economy is not about adopting any digital technology per se. It's been there for decades, let's be honest. It's not about selling data, not even that. It's about thinking about what are our ecosystems, social, economical, political ecosystems, and how they are now impacted by the digitalization. And if you visualize it, it's pretty simple. All the actors participating in a value chain can be a supply chain in the industrial sector, can be a smart city and all the actors participating in the city ecosystem. Now they need to talk each other. They need to interface one another in a digital way. This cannot happen anymore without sharing the data. And you may say, well, that's easy. Not at all. We are still stuck at point zero here. Why? 2 reasons. You need to have technology to share the data. We have lots of technology. Are we using them? No. Why? What is the problem? We don't trust them. And we have lots of data. Do we use all of them? No. We're just scratching the surface, or we're using the tip of the iceberg. 80% of the data we have in Europe, this is Eurostat data, just not me saying it, are still under the desk or on premises or not utilized. 80% of the applications, 80% of the data are not utilized. So if technology is so important, are we in control of technology or we are controlled by technology? Actually, we are not in control of technology. There is a lack of transparency, controllability, and interoperability. And if you want to memorize in one sentence what we at Gaia-X mean by digital sovereignty, it's this thing. So I ask myself, what do we mean by digital sovereignty, given everybody keeps talking about that? Well, digital sovereignty and sovereignty in general is a political concept. It's not a technical concept. Technology cannot be sovereign. You can have a sovereign state if you have your own laws, you apply the laws. But if technology comes around the corner, like you and I were talking about this morning, and work around your rules, are you still in control of your state, of your own laws and rules, your economy? No, you lose sovereignty. That's why there is no single state in the world that does not have digital sovereignty in their key strategic agenda. Not just because they want to fight anyone, but because nowadays, without digital sovereignty, you have no sovereignty at all. You have no control of anything. Second, are our data ecosystems ready for this digital economy? The answer is no. We have fragmented data ecosystems. And as well, we have fragmented infrastructure ecosystems. We have fragmented data ecosystems because we have data everywhere, but it's not easy to gather the data. It's not easy to get the data interoperate each other. And it's not easy to get the data that is hidden under the iceberg. And we have fragmented infrastructures. We have lots of technology stacks, public, hybrid, private cloud, on-premises infrastructure, doesn't matter, but they are not interoperable, they're not talking to each other. So in order to build this data economy, we need to build digital ecosystems which are by definition federated. Federated across data and federated across infrastructures. But the technology nowadays does not allow to do that. Why? Because of the lack of some common mechanisms. Without these common mechanisms, which are federation, the creation of common data spaces, and the creation of trusted platforms, this is the projection of what is going to happen in the few next years. These numbers are not invented. So the market share of the European cloud service providers, and I don't believe UK is any different than that, is below 10% now. The largest European cloud service provider now has got less than 3% of the market share. The largest non-European cloud service provider has got 70% of the market share. I'm not going to make names, you know all of them. 8 to 10% of the GDP of Europe is going to be directly dependent on digital. What I mean is that the revenues of all the data-related or digital or technology or IT-related business is going to count for up to 8 to 10% of the GDP in 2025, not in 10 years. But the most important thing is that this is the tip of the iceberg, because there is no economy, there is no car that is not transforming itself into a data platform. When you think about electric cars, this is what we're talking about. It's no more a transportation means, it's a data platform. There is no product, no service that is not going to be completely revolutionized by digital, which means 70 to 80%, I say 50%, but many economists say worse, is going to be directly or indirectly dependent on digital technologies. Now, if you put that all together, it means 70 to 80% of our economies, society, public services, private sectors will be dependent on technology platforms, which nowadays are largely dominated by less of a handful of players. Last but not least, we have no sovereignty without digital sovereignty, which means there is no political meaning of being sovereign in a state if actually you have no control on that state. Let's be honest. Now, the recipe is kind of simple. We are small in Europe and UK. There's no single actor that can play alone. The only way is to federate. It's an old recipe, cooperation, federation. Now is the time to make it happen, because this is the only way to create the critical mass and the scalability that the economy needs. But there is another phenomenon. Data is spread all over. And therefore, the hyper-concentrated technologies are not working anymore. Maybe some of you have seen what is happening in the last few years. The large technology providers, the hyperscalers, are struggling to try to demonstrate they can be localized, decentralized, and distributed. Maybe this is less visible to the, let me say, public, but I can tell you it's very visible to the governments. Why? Because they realize that data now is everywhere. I was joking with my friend here, talking about if I should invent nowadays the cloud, I would not name it cloud, I would name it roots. because basically you need something that is not up in the air, but is very well connected on the ground and connected all the trees in the forest. Every tree generating data, every tree being capable to elaborate those data, and therefore we need a new generation of distributed, hyper-distributed cloud, not hyper-concentrated cloud, and therefore we need common data spaces to feed this new model of totally decentralized, totally distributed technology and algorithms and data. Last but not least, we need trusted platform, and this is where the problem comes. If you don't trust technology, you're not going to use it. So what Gaia-X is trying to do, in simple terms, is try to regain controllability of technology, moving from a model where we let somebody else control the technology and basically using a concentrate, proprietary, and opaque model into a new model that is open. Why? Because if you have to interoperate across data spread all over the world, you must be open to be interoperable. Distributed, by definition, you have to be distributed. And transparent. Why? Because I want to give you back control such that you can take aware decisions of what technology you want to use. We're not judging good or bad technologies, not at all, but we want to create an identity card for services that nowadays is missing. So if the most important thing is ruling my life, which is technology, I would like to have something describing what I'm using. And possibly I would like to be able to choose what I'm using, and possibly I would like to have an alternative and not just pick on 1, 2, 3 players every time. In a nutshell, we are trying to connect this disjoint world. So the data ecosystems and the infrastructure the ecosystems, and we define the recipe of this connected world is based on 3 main ingredients. Data exchange, because you need to exchange data, of course, to build a federated federation and digital value chains. Federation, because you need to trust each other to build a federation, identity management, and of course you need to trust who you're sharing the data or you are exposed or you're getting the data from, and compliance in the end, because you want to make sure that those data are managed by technologies that you trust because they comply with a set of rules that you have agreed upon. So we at Gaia-X are doing these 2 things. On one side, we are enabling the creation of common data spaces. How we do that? Through projects run by our members. We have almost 400 members working in different sectors, and they are federating to create common data spaces across the automotive, the agriculture, the industrial, the transportation, the tourism data spaces. That means dozens or hundreds of players of those value chains have decided to get together, to share the data each other. They're not giving out for free. Of course, they have a win-win sharing the data, and they use Gaia-X to make sure that nobody steals the data of anyone else. But they are building a win-win value for each other. On the other side, we are building the bricks to build a common federated infrastructure. Why? Because you need common federated infrastructures to create this new generation of federated cloud, which is hyperscalable horizontally and not just vertically. If you look at that, this is exactly in line with European data strategy, which is summarized on the top there. European data strategy is based on 2 pillars. On one side, building a common market for data, which again is based on free data flow across Europe and creating this common sharing of data to enable the digitalization of value chain. Why that? To strengthen the industry of data in Europe, of course. And on the other side, create the so-called computing continuum. Why? Because you can have the 5, the 6, the 7G, it doesn't matter. If you don't converge from central cloud to the edge, it will never be possible to exploit the power of data and artificial intelligence and compute without having, again, this new generation of distributed computing. So these above are the pillars of the European data strategy, very common to any other countries, even outside of Europe. And below is the Gaia-X mission, which was born even before, to be honest. It's totally private. We are not funded, not subsidized by any public institution. And it's totally in line with what European strategy wants to achieve. Concretely, this is what we do. We're just not talking about it. We have working groups defining the specification. This was part of 2021 effort. In 2022, we started defining the framework of Gaia-X, which is based on these 3 pillars. And nowadays, we have a complete picture of the framework, which is made of 3 pillars and 3 layers. In the 3 layers, you see functional specification, technical specification, and open source code. And in this way, we are building a framework that will enable the creation of those common infrastructures and common data spaces. In a nutshell, this is what we have done in, well, it's not my year one. Actually, the association was kind of born in 2021 when I was onboarded, but it started as a governmental initiative in 2019. And yeah, I know I will be fast. But it's important to understand it was born by Merkel, Macron, okay, Peter Altmaier, and Bruno Le Maire, ministers of finance. But then it turned out in a few months to be an open international non-for-profit association. Why? Because everybody wanted to be part of it. But it's more difficult because now we need to have everybody onboarded and convinced. So we were very successful, I think, bringing the association to create something during 2021, developing this framework I'm talking about in 2022 and develop the first projects. And in 2023, we are going to move into operationalization. So in these months, in the next months, we are going to deploy in the market the first instances of the Gaia-X clearinghouses. The clearinghouse is basically the point of verification of the Gaia-X compliance, which means in a few months, we're going to have thousands of Gaia-X compliance services showing up in marketplaces where people can use them, put the Gaia-X compliance into their procurement rules, and dozens of service providers providing Gaia-X compliance services, real alternative to the existing market roadblocks. This is what the Gaia-X clearinghouse is about. Basically, it's a one-stop place you go when you want to answer the question, how do I become Gaia-X compliant? How do I show up in a catalog? How do I create my own catalog Gaia-X? How do I join a federation? How can I create a federation? We are operationalizing this concept as we speak in the next week, which is pretty exciting. This was my 5 years plan I talked about. Year one was the setup, year two, the adoption, year three, the growth. And we have some key targets here. Gaia-X digital clearinghouse deployment, ongoing. Common catalog creation, we started in November with 200 services ready to be published. Now we are at 2,500, so I'm expecting thousands of services to be populating this catalog once we switch on the clearinghouses. So we switch on, let me say, the certification mechanisms in the market. And the target for Q4 is to have the largest adoption. So we want to make sure Gaia-X is included in the procurement rules of any users. Of course, we want just to make sure Europe regain a little bit of control on technology, and that's the plan of the 5 years. Here are some examples of real projects. Like I said, we have projects in the automotive, in the smart cities, in the mobility, in the tourism, in the supply chain, manufacturing, etc. Real stuff. These projects are run and funded by real companies in the market that decided they need to do that to be competitive. They do not get any Horizon funding, they do not get any money. They do it because they know they need it, and they do it thanks to Gaia-X. So that's the best way to demonstrate we're doing something useful. Lots of people, working groups, 360 members, actually this is old. We're growing, and I hope we're going to have soon UK as well. So in a nutshell, that's why I'm talking about Gaia-X as a European Union for data economy, because we put together the governmental regulation, the society, the economy needs, the infrastructures, the data spaces, all the actors, users and providers of technology in a pretty unique endeavor. Not easy, but pretty exciting and funny. And I think one last thing I wanted to show you before this presentation, I asked ChatGPT, what about Gaia-X? It was quite impressive. And it gave me some very good answers, like, what is Gaia-X? Said, very good answer. Then, why is it important? And I think he was giving me very good answers, like, it's not just something governmental, nothing at all. Pretty good, pretty smart. So I asked then a question like, is there any similar initiative? And then he started telling, yes, US is writing the Data Act. I said, that's not exactly the case, but I understand where you're heading to. So you see Gaia-X as a kind of new regulation? No. And actually, he or she apologized, say, sorry, I was confusing myself. It was kind of interesting. Then I asked something interesting, because you know that the data behind ChatGPT are stated to be frozen at 2021. No way. Because this DCH, I wrote it on purpose, the Gaia-X Digital Clearinghouse, is a brand new concept. I started talking about late November, and the first row published on the website was December. So I asked the question, what is the GX-DCH? Well, yeah, it's a Gaia-X data collaboration hub, which is totally wrong, but it was quite a credible story. So I said, no, that's wrong. GX-DCH stands for Gaia-X Digital Clearinghouse, a one-stop place to go and get the Gaia-X certification of your service if you want. And they say, I apologize for the confusion, and the description is totally perfect. Actually, it's much better than what I use when I describe it. So that's to say that, well, you can ask ChatGPT, and they or he or she. This is the last question I asked about. And Fiona, this is for you. What about UK? Is UK going to create a Gaia-X hub? Well, to my knowledge, not yet, but yes, of course, the initiative is open, and you might understand, I hope by the end of my speech, this is not for Europe. It's born in Europe for Europe and beyond. And of course, we consider UK still part of Europe, I mean, myself at least. But what we're building is kind of, let's get stronger in front of a future which is going to be totally ruled by someone else that we have no control of if we want to protect our economy, our industry, our employment, our society, etc., etc., etc. With that said, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Francesco. That was absolutely fascinating. And I'm really sorry we haven't got time for any questions. Okay. But I'm sure that in the next break, which I think is at 3 o'clock, if you're around, then people can maybe come and find you if they've got questions about Gaia-X. So another short 5-minute break now whilst our next two speakers get mic'd up and ready to take to the stage. But for now, Francesco, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Thank you. Everybody, and welcome to the Open Data Room at the State of Open Conference 2023. It's lovely to see you all. I know some of you have been with us pretty much throughout. Oh, that's interesting. We've just reverted to the previous talk, but we'll let Nick in the AV booth sort that out. But I'd like to welcome to the stage Jack Gilmore. Jack is a software developer and the technical lead at Open Data Scotland. And I'm really delighted that Jack is with us to speak, because back in November, Jack picked up a very well-deserved Open UK award. I was there that night too. And that was in the young person category. So we're really honoured to have you here today, Jack. So Jack has 10 minutes, a whole 10 minutes, to explain how Open Data Scotland came into being. And I must warn you that Jack's talk contains references to spreadsheets.
Thank you, Emma. I should also point out, as I teeter into my late 20s next week, that I'll be holding onto that young person position for as long as possible. So I think you've actually made my first slide there pretty obsolete, but just to recap, although it's a volunteer project, I'm sort of the de facto technical lead for Open Data Scotland. But that's my volunteer job. My day job at the moment is I work for the NHS as a software developer, and I've been working in the public sector software development space for about 4 years now. And I've also recently become a trustee of Code the City off the back of working with them at events. Just to recap again on what Open Data Scotland's about, it's an open source, collaborative and volunteer run project, and we want to help people locate and understand open data better in Scotland. So the project sort of came out from a hackathon that we did a while back at a Code the City hackathon event. It's been in operation for nearly 2 years now. The website's been up since November 2021, which we'll get to in a wee bit. But from the technical side of things, which I know you're all here for, it's about taking the data from different sources and cleaning it, processing the metadata and collating it into one easily findable space together. And we do this basically so the public can better understand what open data is out there in Scotland. So to start off with, we started at a hackathon back in May, June time 2021, and we formed a sort of small team called the Oddbods. And the question that came about at the time was, how easy is it to find open data in Scotland? And the answer, not very easy. So we decided to go for, have a look at the local authorities that are out there in Scotland and see how many of them were publishing open data on open data portals. And at the time we started, there was maybe about 10 out of the 32 that were publishing. So we decided to have a stab at that and see how easy it was to gather the data. So we set up a Google sheet, and we collated all the data. Some of it was manually gathered, where people were painstakingly adding rows into a spreadsheet. I know, horrific. And there were also some sort of starters at Python scripts there as well for people to scrape data in there. But it was all sort of very unorganized. And in the end, so that was about 5 skilled individuals over 30 sort of work person hours over a weekend. And we ended up with 427 data sets that we gathered. And we took that data and we did a bit of playing about with it in Jupyter Notebooks to get some stats from it. And we put it in sort of a big static HTML page, but we weren't really happy with how it ended up. It was a great first proof of concept, but we wanted to take it further. So at the next hackathon, we basically ran with that and started creating some more scripts. At the time, it was 95% Python, 5% C#, because I was really awkward and liked coding in C#, but soon I was converted over to the Python way of working things. So our back-end stack now for scraper scripts is 100% Python. So we've got 10 scraper scripts that run of different types of APIs that are out there, which is really easy if you've got an API to use, because if we've got open data portals that come along that are of the same type, we can just plug in a URL and generally, that's the data sets that get added to the listing. On the downside, there's some organizations out there that have static web pages that mean we have to go away and use libraries like Beautiful Soup in Python and actually scrape the data, which then can cause problems if the web pages change layout, like Karen spoke about in her talk. So I think it's maybe about a 50-50 split or 60-40 split at the moment as to API-based scripts. And then that basically gets munged all together into some CSVs and then some YAML files for our front end. So the front end that we've got is a site called JCAN, which is a play on SOOCon, if you've heard of it, an open data portal. So it's Jekyll-based SOOCon. So it's quite a sort of static site, basic site generated site that uses markdown files for data storage. So we take the CSVs that we compiled and we convert them into markdown files and upload them to the website. And the advantage of that is that it's hosted on GitHub Pages, so it's free. It's also great because we're contributing to open source. Our site is out there and it's available to everybody. And we also, the fact that we use JCAN is great because it's an open source project in the first place. So we're taking advantage of open source, but we're also giving back to it as well by contributing to that project. So we soft launched the website opendata.scot in November 2021. Off the back of soft launching the website, we came up with a 4-quarter plan and ran with it to establish the front end, fix any data source issues we had, did some automation, which I'll touch on in a second, and we expanded on the data sources that we had on there. So that's just a couple of stats there as to where we are at the moment. But I think the last time I checked the analytics for last month, we were hitting about 800 visitors a month or something like that. So for what I expected to be just a small project that a couple of people will look at, it seems to be growing quite rapidly now. I'll also point out that this kind of is the only part of it that we pay for, but we maybe don't really need to. We pay for our analytics through plausible.io, which is another open source project, but we pay for them to host our analytics. And we also pay for the opendata.scot domain name, and that comes out at about £150 a year. But really, you could run that, you could run that off a github.io domain, and you don't need the analytics, and you could run this for free. So it's really easy, I think, for organizations to get out there and get started with publishing data. You don't need to have a full-blown data portal. So after we had these sort of scripts that we put together, it was still a bit of a pain because someone would have to manually run the pipeline on their computer and do the publish, and some of us use Mac, some of us use Windows. There were environment conflicts and all sorts of things. So at the time when I was working, I had been looking at GitHub Actions for CI and CD pipelines, but you can actually also use GitHub Actions just for running regular scripts and stuff. So our pipeline now runs on a weekly basis, on a scheduled basis through GitHub Actions. And if you have an open source repository, you basically get free usage to a point. You can't go on there and just mine Bitcoin and all that. You can go on there and use it for free usage for some reasonable things like scraping open data. So we have that and it runs every Friday at lunchtime now. It'll run automatically, provided it doesn't break. And it'll give us some information as to any errors that come up, or it'll also report it'll report to our Slack group when it actually does the commit. So that takes us to where we are today, basically, where we're now up to 1,600 plus data sets that automatically scraped each week. We'll take out the ones that basically have fallen off the face of the internet. We'll add the new ones. We'll also note the ones that have been modified as well. And we want to take that data now and use the GitHub API to sort of infer what's changing and put a change log in, basically, because at the moment it's kind of hidden away in a Git diff, and we want people to be able to read it more easily. So just to summarize what's next, basically, we want to do a bit more automation. We want to, post to Slack, post to our Twitter account and let people know what data sets are getting changed. Like I said, the pipeline breaks, someone has to go in and fix it. So we need some testers to come on board and sort of start testing our code and tearing it apart. We've got 13 open issues at the moment just to go and add new data sets onto our site. So, if anybody's wanting to come and get involved, I would recommend it. And there's other work that's out there as well. We've got 75 plus issues. It's something out there for everyone. And you can even go back and contribute to the original JCAN project as well. So I don't think I've got time for this, but there's a wee summary slide here just to go through the sort of different technologies. The slide pack is up on the State of the OpenCon website, so I'd recommend checking that out afterwards. But yeah, some of the things I've mentioned are you've got GitHub and MK Docs that we sort of use for our project management side of things. We use Slack and Twitter for our engagement with the community. Like I said, the back-end data processing is all done in Python for just now, and our data storage is done in a mixture of CSV, JSON, and YAML. got GitHub Actions for automation, GitHub Pages for hosting. There's a lot of GitHub in there. Like I said, through GitHub Pages, we use Jekyll for the static pages. Web Analytics is Plausible, which is an open source project. We use some other open source things like Chart.js and Leaflet.js. And we've got a couple of packages down there at the bottom as well. So that's just a quick whistle-stop tour. If you're interested in getting involved, I would definitely recommend checking out our website, opendata.scot, and that's our social information there. Thank you.
Thank you to Jack. I think between you and Karen have kind of given us an absolutely brilliant playbook for how to do these projects. So it's so simple and clear. Even I understood it. There's just one more thing I wanted to... Do you think that the Open UK might have an old person's award next time? 'Cause I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's a good idea.
Well, that's it. Well, Karen went for the individual one, and now I'm having to go into that category.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think there needs to be a bit of expansion there.
For sure. Jack, thanks ever so much.
Thank you very much.
We're just going to have a really short break now, I think 2 or 3 minutes, and then our next speaker, Oz Katz, will be taken to the stage. He's here already. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Is taking us for a quick dip into data lakes with his talk. The title is Level Up Your Data Lake to Machine Learning and Beyond, as you can see. Oz Katz is CTO and co-founder of Treeverse, the company behind LakeFS, an open source platform that delivers resilience and manageability to object storage-based data lakes. Over to you, Oz.
Thank you so much. Okay, so first of all, let me quickly introduce myself. Thank you for doing some of that for me. So, as mentioned, my name is Oz. I work on an open source project called LakeFS. I have about 15 years experience working on data lakes before they were called data lakes. We used to call them data warehouses. We used to call them shared folders at some point. Together with me, I'm going to present Lottie. That's our mascot, and she's super cute. She's actually VP Cuteness for the project, so a nice title for her as well. I don't know if there's an award for that, but if there is, she should win. She has about 200 million years of experience with lakes, not so much with the data part, but just with being cute within them. So with that, let's talk a little bit about data lakes, what they look like nowadays. If you can just raise your hand if you are familiar with the terminology, what a data lake is. Great. I'll speak a little bit about the challenges, or at least the ones that I'm somewhat painfully familiar with. And I will show you LakeFS as a tool and a set of processes that you can build using it to help kind of alleviate some of those challenges. So with this is an actual screenshot that I took yesterday. This is my desktop, okay? So unlike Lottie, I'm human. I'm not very good at organizing things. This is what it looks like. And you can think of this as kind of a sample of an actual data lake, because most of the data, while it's being transformed and written and ingested by systems, these systems are maintained and written by us humans, unfortunately. So a data lake is essentially, let's take this kind of mess that I created locally and just multiply it with the amount of people who are reading, writing data, processing it, using it with their pipelines. And especially if you're a data scientist, these guys tend to be the messiest of all. I don't know why, but that's the way it is. So apologies to you if you're a data scientist. I have all the love in the world for you, but stop being so messy. This is an actual screenshot. Well, it's not a real system, but it's close enough. So this is S3. Anyone familiar with this UI? This is your life, right? So as you can see, we have all these directories. Somewhere hidden here is like a very important data set that's serving actual production use cases. And of course, it's not going to be the one called prod. It's going to be the one called test_blah, because someone decided. And it's a mess. So why is this pain? Why is this painful for us? First of all, especially when we talk about more advanced use cases for data lakes, so not just analytics, but also data science and machine learning. Science is about reproducible experiments, right? I train the model, it's used in production. I want to be able to run the same training job and get the same result. But we're working on this huge shared folder, and it's not that easy to do, right? So if I trained it yesterday with some set of parameters on a set of input data, that input data might have changed, not even since yesterday, but while I was actually processing my job. Additionally, if I want to run whatever it is, if it's a pipeline, ML job, whatever it is, if I want to be able to run it without actually touching production data, right, not running on production, but on some isolated environment, this is also really difficult, right, because I don't have an entire copy of my data lake, right, especially if it's big. So either I do sampling, right, I have a small portion of my data that's not always going to be representative of the actual data, or worse, I don't have anything at all. Right? And neither of these are very good options. And of course, when we don't have a staging environment and we don't have a test environment, it means we're running typically directly on production. Right? We have an ETL pipeline, we have something business critical. It's going to be directly talking to the S3 bucket or the Azure Blob Store, whatever it is that's people actually consuming and making decisions off of that data directly. Not a very fun ecosystem to be working in. It's very error prone. It's very dangerous. So with that, let's talk a little bit about LakeFS, which, as I mentioned, is an open source project. So what is LakeFS? I'll try to keep the description of it very brief. I'll put it in the words that, like I heard one of our users actually call it, which is the bastard child of GitHub and S3 in a way. So the idea is it's a system that actually wraps existing object stores, right? So all the common ones for all the cloud providers, and enriches that object store with a set of capabilities that are very similar to Git, essentially, right? So what if I could take my giant S3 bucket, click a button or run an API call and get a branch without actually copying all the data. And on that branch, I can do whatever crazy mess I want to do. It's all isolated to me, right? And I didn't have to create that huge copy that's hard to maintain. And that's what LakeFS is, right? So in the middle column, you can see like all the common data technologies. Essentially, if it can talk to an object store, it can use LakeFS. All you have to do is stick a reference in the middle, right? This could be a commit ID, it could be a branch name. In this example, it's main or my experiment. You can do all the things that Git would let you do, but you can do them on petabytes of data, essentially. So as I mentioned, it's open source. It's on GitHub, Apache 2 licensed. I can just do a Docker run and get a running instance of this. It's not a storage system by itself, right? It relies on some underlying object store. It just manages the metadata and essentially pointers to objects on the object store. So when you say, give me this set of files from main, LakeFS would actually translate it to a set of objects on S3 that need to be written. And we have clients that know how to do this translation kind of behind the scenes. So how does this help us? How does the Git concept actually help us with the challenges that we talked about? So first, when we talk about reproducibility, kind of the key aspect here is not just my code that needs to be reproducible. That's the easy part, right? That lives on Git. It's also the input data and the parameters that I use and the environment that I use. And if I'm using something like LakeFS, and I have the concept of commits and tags, I can simply say, I want to branch out, run my training job on its own isolated branch. If I'm happy with the results, I can commit and attach a tag to that. If I come back tomorrow or the day after or in a year, if I run the same code, assuming it's deterministic, and I use that same tag, I'm going to get back the same results. Right? It sounds trivial, but when you talk about large amounts of ever-changing data, it's not that simple. Dev test is essentially just creating a branch. Right? So with LakeFS, you can simply kind of import your existing data. Right? It could be billions of objects. You click a button, it would just kind of map the existing objects that exist without actually copying them. And then with a click of a button, you create a branch. Right? It could be staging. It could be Oz's crazy experiment. It could be whatever it is that I want to do. And on that branch, go crazy. It's isolated to you. We use copy on write behind the scenes. So everything I do on my branch exists only for my branch until I decide to merge it. Right? So a fun experiment. Let's try and delete half the data and see what happens. Let's run Airflow and hope for the best. We can actually do that now without fearing that we're going to break production. And the last thing, we can use kind of the same concept we saw on the last talk, GitHub Actions. LakeFS has kind of a similar concept built in, where I can say everyone can do whatever crazy things they want on their own isolated branch, but if they want to merge it to whatever everyone else is seeing, it has to pass a set of validations. Right? This could be data quality checks, it could be schema validation, whatever good practice I have that I want to enforce, right, so that my data lake doesn't look like my desktop, this is the place to put it. And if something does go bad, I can always just, with a single click, just hit a revert button, which I always wished I kind of had with S3. So the cost of mistake is much lower, right? Even if I do screw things up, I'm human, it happens. I just hit that button, and I can take all my data lake back to kind of the last known good state of it. So we solved for reproducibility. It allowed us to create that dev test environment and to do it very cheaply because branches actually incur no cost until I write data to them. And we got that production safety just by being able to roll back and kind of enforce best practices. So yeah, this is LakeFS. As I mentioned, it's open source. Feel free to check it out, contribute, join our Slack, store it. Happy to talk after this talk. I'll be right outside if you guys have questions. Thank you.
So if I could, thank you so much, Oz. Really interesting and a bit of a canter through. I understood most of it, which is, I don't think I would have done if that talk had been first thing yesterday. So that's testimony to all of our speakers. So we're breaking now for coffee and cake. But we are back on stage in an hour. And Sonia Cooper, who's with us today as our CFP chair, is joining a panel. And we'll be speaking with the ODI's principal consultant, Josh Daddario. The panel is Open Data for Climate Action, how collaboration between the public and private sectors can tackle the climate crisis. So if you're interested in the climate emergency, and frankly everybody should be, and the role of open data in helping to tackle that, then please come back here at 4 o'clock once you're refreshed from your coffee or your tea or whatever it is that you're having. Thank you very much. Welcome back. How many times have I said that? About 85, it feels like. But welcome back to the Open Data Room at the State of Open Conference 2023. Again, some familiar faces who've been with us for quite a lot of the talks and panels. And some new ones, which is lovely to see at this time on the second day of the conference. So our next panel is chaired by the ODI's principal consultant, Josh D'Addario, and it explores the role of public-private sector collaboration in open data for addressing the challenges posed by climate change. Josh and his guests will discuss how working together, governments and the private sector can leverage the power of open data to support climate action. Josh, over to you.
Thank you so much, Emma. And yes, welcome everybody to our panel today on open data for climate action. I'm joined by some great guests today from a variety of different organizations, all working to leverage open data for climate action. So I'll do a brisk round of introductions. So first, we have Sonia Cooper from Microsoft, where she is the Assistant General Counsel, with a lot of focus on open innovation. We also have Sneha Ramamurthy, who is from R² Factory at Rolls-Royce. We have Matt Webb, Head of Enterprise Data at UK Power Networks, and Melissa Talek, Open Data Lead at Northumbrian Water. So welcome everybody. So what sort of brings us all together here is obviously passion for data for climate action, but there's also a sort of formal partnership that we're all a part of called the Industry Data for Society Partnership. And that is a variety of different private sector organizations that are committed to making industry data more accessible so that nonprofits, researchers, other private enterprises, and governments can work together to better understand today's societal challenges and to take action. So I'll talk a little bit more about that as we sort of wrap up for the day, but wanted to just sort of dive into the questions and hear from our speakers. So first question, it's a big one, so Sonia, I hope you're ready. What is the role and responsibility of the private sector in combating the climate crisis, and how can open data support that?
Big question. So I guess just a little context. I mean, we're at a time of huge opportunity to be able to solve problems with data. We've got compute power, we've got the sophisticated algorithms. With access to the data, we really can start to analyze and solve some of society's biggest challenges like climate change, and definitely the private sector has an enormous role to play. Microsoft launched an open data campaign back in 2020, where our aim was to help drive better access to data, better collaboration with data, and we partnered very closely with the ODI in that effort. Yeah. But since we're very keen also to partner with other companies to really highlight the role that the private sector does have in addressing some of these big societal issues, which is why we're very excited to be part of the Industry Data for Society partnership. And so just moving on to the question in relation to how open data can solve climate change, I think it's about looking at the applications of that data. So, for example, better access to open data means that organizations can actually consider their emissions across the entire supply chain, which you wouldn't otherwise be able to assess. You can consider your own carbon footprint and reducing it, because you'll have data that enables you to optimize your operations. And then also looking at open environmental data, like the data that Microsoft's made available on the planetary computer. Organizations can assess their climate risk, but they can also assess their impact on local environments. And so this is an opportunity really for me to plug the Open Data Challenge that the IDSP actually launched today. And so this is a data challenge that relates to helping local governments look at their local environments using open data and think about innovative ways really that local governments can improve the local environment in a way that helps them address their net zero goals. And so that's something that was launched today. So hopefully we'll be able to share more information on that.
Great. Thank you very much. And yes, excellent plug for the challenge, so please check that out. So Sneha, same question. Where do you see the role of open data from the private sector in climate action?
So I think it starts by being responsibly accounting the data that you have. A lot of things boils down to how you perceive open data, because interestingly, industries do use some level of open data, be it the research, be it the technology, be it the issue level of assessment that you want. Your first go-to place is your data sets are your open data sets, and then it boils down to the level of how you take that and understand your industry-specific private sector data sets. It's not just about the proprietorship that's tied up around it. I think it's more like you are driving the change by being accountable and being more transparent about how you manage the data. And you thereby contribute towards understanding the better climate policy making, because you may not give away your IP, but you are in a way kind of pursuing that, and you're trying to democratize the value of using open data. So private sectors, according to me, have a huge role to play. Be very open and vocal about what data sets you use and why you use that for, because in a way you're influencing the climate policy making, and that's crucial because that's how you understand the product.
Very, very quiet, so I'm going to give you this. I'm so sorry to interrupt,
No,
but I
that's
really want
fine.
people to hear what you're saying. So,
All right, so that's how you can actually change things as a society, because as an industry you have a limitation, you have a boundary that you got to deal with. But when you think beyond, you're actually leveraging the open data that's available for everyone, but you are also making the, taking a next level of building the trust in the open data, which is, according to me, a key aspect, because people need to trust the data that you have. And the value of that can exponentially increase when you, maybe as a data user, a consumer, or a provider, you have the liberty of how you use the open data. So the frameworks that we have across the industries don't often address this, because we have classifications and governance which strongly sits inside out. It's more like looking at the data that you have inside and how you manage it and deal with it. But you never talk about how do you actually get the data for different aspects, be it the society change. Understanding the climate crisis is not just in a closed loop. You need to know about your supply chains. You need to know about the entire value chain. And to understand different actors across, you need access to different data sets. And I think as an organizations, as industries across, we need to come together collaboratively to do something about it and think the way we can maybe shape the data, the future of the open data. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I think the supply chain is a great use case for open data. Matt, you're in the energy sector, so this must be at the forefront of your mind. Where do you see the role of the private sector?
I think it comes down to the point that Sneha mentioned around responsibility. So as individual organisations, we have that direct responsibility to reduce our own carbon footprint and environmental impact. And the way that open data has a role to play is in the external sense. How can we help facilitate broader decarbonisation? And obviously within the energy sector, it's quite apparent how we have a role to play in that respect. So whether it's on generation, distribution network operation, system operation, we have a wealth of data that exists for quite specific purposes from a legacy standpoint. And by holding on to that data, by it being internalised, we're limiting its value. We're limiting the actionable insight that can be achieved. And as we'll all appreciate, given our backgrounds, true value from data, its full potential, is by unlocking it, making it available, integrating it with other data sets. And a key thing for me around open data is around the aspect of cognitive diversity. We, as a network operator in the case of UK Power Networks, will look at data through a specific lens and for a specific purpose. Others will look at that and see something very, very different, and will have an idea about if I combine that data with X or Y and just take a different approach. All of a sudden you have unrealised value. And when it comes to decarbonisation, there's huge potential there.
Absolutely. And Melissa, in the water sector, obviously at the forefront of this as well. Where do you see the role of data?
Well, I think it's when you, to echo some of the points that have already been made, when you consider that over 70% of the carbon footprint of a business is in its scope 3, you can't solve that alone. You can't solve that with your own data. You have to open up your data. You have to use other open data sources. Another water company has done their Scope 3 accounting and found that 81% of the Scope 3 emissions actually come from the use of the product. So that's the heating of water for things like cleaning, washing. And so we're already into a world where we're having to sort of combine the worlds of water and energy. And then you're into the world of, well, are we working with appliance manufacturers and cleaning product manufacturers, and how can we reduce both the energy footprint and the water footprint together? So you can't do it alone. I mean, it's just as simple as that. You just cannot do it with your own data. You have to open up and you have to use others' data.
That's a great segue into my next kind of question then, which is, where have you seen this sort of collaboration work already? So what does the public sector have to play? We're here talking about collaboration between private and public. What role do they have to play, and how can they catalyze what's already being done by the private sector, or what needs to be done by the private sector?
So I think that you've got that sort of cycle of behaviour drives policy, drives behaviour, and we've seen some of that. And certainly in the utilities sector, we've seen the development of the National Underground Asset Register, which is designed to, to bring all of those different data sets together of buried assets, so that we can improve safety and reduce waste, which is obviously linked to carbon as well. But actually, that's kind of like from first idea in 2017 or 18 to just about realising now that sort of like policy drives behaviour drives policy. In the climate scenario, is that too slow? And probably yes, because I don't think we've got, well, if you listen to Gavin talk on net zero, we don't have that amount of time left. So we have to find some way of accelerating that.
Yes, Matt, same question. How does UK Power Networks work with the public sector on these huge issues?
So we engage very heavily with local authorities at all scales, and the key part of that is understanding their challenges, their demands, their needs, and what role our data and information can play in informing that. So local area energy planning is fundamental in terms of achieving targets and objectives around decarbonisation at every level of society. So the more that we can gain that insight, that understanding of what they want and need, and what have we got that they don't even recognise as having that potential, is really important. And we've spent quite a lot of time and effort just to get that base level of understanding in the first instance, to then build and iterate in terms of the services, the products, and the packaging of what we provide with our open data to make sure it's meeting those needs. And what's interesting in terms of the insights we've gained is there's huge variation in terms of the level of maturity and capability across local authorities. So therefore, being able to overcome some of the limitations that they may have internally in terms of understanding, in the first instance, but accessing, using, consuming, and putting that data to work has really changed the way that we've had to shape our approach, but also changed the way that we look at some of our own data assets ourselves. And it's by doing that we're helping inform policy, to help inform forward strategy and planning, justify investment, and really make sure that we're accelerating as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, lots of people see the public sector as the real data provider, but in the case of local authorities, local governments, they're really critical data users as well. So having that data available is really key. Sneha, how do you see the role of the public sector in working with private sector on these kind of climate ambitions?
I think it's more like a two-way agreement that you need to build over a period of time, because most often we have access to very limited data sets, but a part of the challenge is because we don't have enough of data that's kind of discovered at the early stages, and you don't have proper accounting that's coming for the open data sets that's there. Maybe the catalogs are so wide, and you kind of cannot take the trust of the actual data providers because maybe it's coming from Kaggle or somewhere else. But when you drill down and you kind of introspect, right, you kind of need to have that valued element of how we scrutinize the open data so that the private sectors treat that as consumable assets. So that's my preview at the moment. But across, I think, Rolls-Royce and our Square Factory, we kind of look at engaging across the local authorities for different projects that we run. and that starts off by taking a look at our net zero and scope 3 emissions to all the way up to where we need to meet our regulatory objectives for the current year. And I think we invest heavy on trying to know more around the engineering space, but we also need to establish consensus around how we kind of calculate our footprint, which is also digitally accounted for a lot of products and services, the digital apps and things that we develop, which we are not yet doing that at the moment.
Right. And Microsoft is a global company, so I'm sure there's a raft of experience there with working with the public sector. What role have you seen that play, and how have you seen that played out?
So I guess from my personal experience of working with the London Data Commission on identifying pilot projects that use data for the benefit of London, I think what was clear there actually, and to Matt's point in actually identifying for the public sector to explain what is needed, I think is really helpful, and that helps define the specific problem that you're trying to solve. And I think that is really quite essential when you're looking at data collaborations in particular, because that is really what helps drive that development of an ecosystem that you can then understand the value exchange in terms of why companies should be providing data to help with that particular problem.
Great. So we're going to kind of flip it on its head a little bit. We're talking about what works and where we've seen these successes. But obviously, anyone that's worked with open data, either trying to publish it or use it or standardize, there's a lot of challenges as well. So I'll start with you, Sneha. What challenges have you faced working in the space of open data and collaboration for climate action? And how have you overcome them if you've been able to?
Well, purely wearing the data engineering hat, I think it's the data that needs to be cleaned. It's like crazy amount of data, right? So interestingly, the question itself is like you have enough of data sets out there, but you don't have the right level of quality of it. Is not something that's dictated by anybody or medium. And you would never have the value of the data assessed until and unless you spend time cleaning it and it goes through a lot of processing, and you kind of are trying to use it to address the right kind of a business problem or a challenge. So the value of the data is actually it's kind of underpinned with how you unlock the insights. And so until that moment, it's very hard to say that what's the challenge of the data and what data sets you kind of need, because in my opinion, the data sets, you kind of need everything. Mm-hmm. At some point it's useful, but you never know when you kind of are using it. So I think it's more like you're using it at the right place and the right time, that's when the value gets created. So yeah. Yeah, so it's like taking those, making sure that at the foundation things are working, yes, so that they can be used for a variety of different. Matt, do you have similar views, different ones? How's your experience?
I'm going to disagree slightly, actually. So, yes, data quality is important, but it shouldn't be a limiting factor, because it's very rare that you get perfect data, and sometimes it's used as a point of defense or even an excuse to not openly share data. It's not good enough in that what-if scenario, and you've got liabilities, and all those aspects come into play. And I think you have to break through that to a certain extent and realize even imperfect data often has a value. But absolutely, it's there. I think the challenges are actually much, much broader than the data. From my experience, the cultural, behavioral aspects are a big part. From an industry where it's historically quite internalized and defensive to a certain point, but for good reason. We own and operate a critical national infrastructure. And we need to be very careful about the risks involved with exposing that. So when you're trying to make that shift in thinking and mentality around closed to open, that doesn't happen quickly. Mm-hmm. And you have to try and push the boundaries and be as bold as possible, but accept that you will face challenges, especially when it's a learning curve from a behavioural, cultural point of view, the legalities and licensing and the control mechanisms that are there, and how effective and proportionate are they? Do they give enough control, or do they give too much where it's no longer truly open and therefore usable? The technological aspects come in and so on. But I think for me, it's the human aspect is the most difficult.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, we definitely see both of those as well in the work that we do. Melissa, the water sector is kind of going through a bit of an open, I don't know if it's a renaissance or having its open moment right now, but are you seeing like similar issues that Matt has outlined in the energy sector, or how does that look?
Yeah, for a lot of the same reasons, critical national infrastructure. And if anybody was here for Sarah Womer's presentation about the weaponization of data, you know, that's a real risk. So it is a human thing. It's the fear versus opportunity sort of conundrum. It's like there's so much opportunity with it, but there's also so much fear. Some of it founded, some of it unfounded. And I think that then brings us back to what underlies all this, which is the level of capability and understanding and education, literacy. You know, how could we do this safely? Because we can do it, but how do we do it safely?
Mm-hmm. And what has Microsoft's journey been like with the launching the Open Data campaign, being an open data leader in the world in the private sector? So, what are those challenges like?
Yeah, I mean, totally agree with your points. I think it's definitely not a technical challenge, it's a mindset challenge. And I think if we are looking to really unlock the value of data and explore those opportunities, it's really about addressing that mindset challenge. And I think it's, particularly in the private sector, understanding how to drive that, learning really around how that collaborative effort can be applied to data in the same way as I guess there was this mindset shift around open source. I think the same applies to data.
Yeah, I mean, what we found as well is that having to make the business case internally really helps. Does any of you like to speak to, how to make that pitch that open data is not just, good, but it's good for business? Is there any sort of anecdotes that anyone here on the group has?
I'm trying to think of a specific example, but I think the key thing is reputational in the first instance. Mm-hmm. When you look at the journey that energy's been on, and water, I think is starting to accelerate and catch up quickly. The response we've received from being proactive and taking that step and pushing that boundary, as I described before, has been really, really well received by the end customer. The value is not with us as an organisation at the end of the day by opening up data, it sits elsewhere. So the Greater London Authority was mentioned in the work that you've done with them, Sonia. They fed back recently that we've listened to their needs, we've responded, we've exceeded them by giving them the data that they need to inform their questions, to gain the answers, to act and do the right things in future for the benefit of the City of London and decarbonisation, that wider societal benefit. So it's absolutely there. Mm-hmm. It's just stopping looking at the value as a purely internal thing. It's that broader piece, and I think that's happening across all aspects of industry at the moment.
Great. And so maybe just, on that sort of last point, before we open it up for questions, so Sonia, if you were talking to business leaders, trying to, tell them about Microsoft's experience, how would you maybe convince them or pitch it to them that open data is the right thing to do in this space around climate action?
So I think there's a clear societal need for businesses to actually take responsibility, and it's a board level issue now as well, in that businesses do need to respond responsibly and thoughtfully. So I think it's everyone needs to take urgent action. But I think in terms of the value of open data, it's around identifying a problem and then building the business case around that.
Great. Yeah, so not open data for open data's sake, but really honing in on what are the use cases, what's the value that's being created. We have some time left that we want to use for Q&A. Open it up to the group, and you're the first person I've seen. So, maybe we can provide that in a GIF.
Hello, so I'm Ivy. I work at Viva City. We actually work with local councils to provide them with traffic data. We have sensors that can detect that. So just carrying on this conversation you're having, open data clearly here is very important because traffic, huge environmental concerns. But I can see some people at my company saying, oh, well, data is our IP. That's where our value is. So, maybe this is more for the private sector, but how would you, not necessarily argue, but how would you come at that? Do you agree? Do you disagree? What are your thoughts there?
Anyone want to start? Matt?
Yeah, sure. So it comes down to, Melissa just whispered, risk assessment, and it's balancing value and risk. So within energy, we've got the concept of triage. So you evaluate a data set discreetly to decide to what extent can I and should I openly publish it. Does there have to be some sort of control in place? Do we need to mitigate, redact, aggregate, obfuscate data in some way, shape or form to take away any risk? And commerciality is one of those considerations, intellectual property, good old GDPR, and it goes on and on. There's all these things you need to think about, and they'll be quite specific to each individual organisation and industry. And it's only by going through that risk assessment and understanding that balance of value versus risk that you decide. So within utilities, comparing electricity to water to telco, telco will be far more commercially focused because of the nature of that industry compared to what water and electricity are. And they'll be far more as a sector leaning towards what you've just described, as opposed to for us as regulated monopolies, that commerciality is there, but not as strongly. So I think that's the only advice you can give is to have an effective, proportionate process that allows you to make sure you're not getting it wrong one way or the other.
Great. To go to
yes, I'm doing some project on water that maybe I would be interested to have your opinion. And the concept is, yes, is put in relation climate and water resource, or maybe water resource integrate to regional development. Now, it's correct to have this open, let's say, data available, as well as we do federation and we do accessibility. But what is missing in this type of cycle is, let's say, the people. In other words, it looks this top-down approach that you provide to the people, the technology, the tool, the, let's say, the data, etc., while in our approach that we try to develop is more a community data-driven approach where you teach and the community decide how to solve the problem of climate in water. But it's not even climate, because you're talking about hydrometeorology, not really climate. Climate is modeling the climate is quite hard concept. So the question is how then you can integrate it, both the global climate with the local climate, involving the people. And you need a technology. I mean, you know, you need this concept of supply system that is quite hard also to build it. And then we're talking at global level. Thank you.
So I think you're absolutely spot on with the community, because it's not just about us publishing data. It's actually working with communities to, because we don't. I know it's really hard for a regulated company to say we don't have all the answers, because we're not used to saying that kind of thing. But actually, we don't have all the answers. We have lots of data, but there's lots of other people out there who have the answers potentially with our data. So, you know, I think, again, you know, if any of you attended the plenary with Damani Corbyn, he said, you know, without open data, people can't get involved and collaborate. And to me, that's it. It's not for us to solve the problems using open data, it's to open our data so other people can solve the problems that we have. And so I totally support your, and I would personally be driving that with Northumbrian Water to create an ecosystem of people who can collaborate.
So what have you done as water climate in your, I think it's not only the water council or country council? Yeah.
It's Northumbrian Water, yeah. So we've focused very much on. Sorry, you're going to cut me off, aren't you? We can talk after.
Yeah,
we can
just wanted to wrap it up. But first off, to thank you all for being here today and talking about this really important topic. Really appreciate your time. And then finally, also wanted to plug the challenge as well. So the Industry Data for Society Partnership Challenge, the Data for Local Environment, the Data for Local Environments Challenge, there's, if you're a data user, if you're working in the climate data space, there's going to be a large innovation challenge that's being led by the organizations here today. Up to $100,000 will be available to the winners of the challenge. So it's a real thing that we want everyone to get involved with. So take a look if this is your space. And thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. So if you just wouldn't mind staying where you are for a second, we are going to take a 5-minute break again now, so that Josh and his guests can move off the stage and we can bring on our next speaker. We've got another great winning submission from our CFP process joining us next to give us a talk. And they're going to talk about Flower, which is a friendly federated learning framework, and that was developed at the Cambridge Machine Learning Systems Lab. So that's the next talk happening in 5 minutes' time. So please stay with us. Yeah, we'd love to have you. Thanks. you so much. Sorry about that little delay. So our next speaker was in at the start of one of the most exciting machine learning developments in recent years. Xinqi Qiu is a PhD student at Cambridge Machine Learning Systems Lab, and she's part of the team that created Flower, a friendly federated learning framework. So take it away, Xinqi.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Xinqi. I'm currently a PhD student at University of Cambridge, and it's my pleasure to present to you our open source project, Flower, the Federated Learning Framework, to Open UK today. Flower is currently collaborating outcome with a lot of engineers and a lot of research across the world, and it's be using by a lot of research and the communities to run experiments with federated learning currently. So I think I will begin by talking about exactly the motivation of using federated learning and why I'm so passionate about federated learning and what is exactly federated learning. Traditional machine learning methods relies on a data center, which is what we usually call centralized learning. It requires the data to be uploaded to the data center and perform the training over there, which largely restrict and preventing us from inventing new technologies and applications and doing many things that the society are just desperately required. When people talk about federated learning, one of the reasons that pop to the head is the user privacy, the data privacy, and the data control. And that is one of the key reasons, but that is not the only one. So apart from the user privacy and the data securities, there are also numerous papers and the literatures emphasizing the energy consumptions of running huge models on the huge data centers and the carbon footprint of training these kind of models over and over again. Imagine if we have a model and you need to upload all the data samples to the data sample and then to train the model from scratch. And it has to be done so many times for different data centers because the data is not allowed to share. And we also published our research paper, a first look into the carbon footprint of federated learning, which compares the carbon footprint of training a machine learning model in the data center, centralized way, and in the federated learning way over the edge. Also, there's a lot of discussion about the fairness of the model and its ability to generalize across different demographic and geographic constraints. The fact that the data center paradigm relies on a static, heavily curated data that does not change over time because it has to be collected, and it's very complex and it's very expensive to collect, and it's trapped in the scenarios that you can only use this static data set and it's never going to be generalized across the world and over time. So with this problems, we think the federated learning is the way to move forward and transforming the way of the machine learning work and can be conducted to address all these problems. So exactly what is federated learning? Federated learning is proposed by Google in 2016. Opposed to centralized learning, federated learning do not require the data to transmit to the data center. The data can stay on the device, which means that the machine learning model can have access to larger amount of the data, more generalized data, without worry about the privacy issue for collecting the data. It trains the model following communications round, so there's a central server to coordinate the training. During each round, the central server will select a number of clients or organizations to participate in the training and broadcast the current model parameters to these clients. After receiving the current model parameters, these clients will then train the model using the local data set for a few epochs, which is the hyperparameters you can tune, and then upload and update the model parameters to the central server. The central server will then aggregate these model parameters and then to start the next round. So in this way, the model parameters are only the model parameters are exchanged and not the actual data set. Nowadays, federated learning is already implementing in some simple tasks such as the Google keyboard, but not for more complicated scenarios such as collaborate to learn medical models for the cancer detections across different hospitals or any other, or across different research institutes, these kind of scenarios. So we believe with more advanced and developed tools like Flower, we can soon to achieve this in the near future. And so we introduced our open source federated learning framework, Flower. When talking about federated learning, there are usually two types of setup, the cross-silo or the cross-device. In the cross-silo setups, they are usually talking about the clients are more like organizations or institutes or banks or hospitals, which has a larger number of the data sets and more advanced hardware to train, and the data samples, the distribution might be more similar. And another way is the cross-device, which more like the mobile phones and the IoT devices, which the size of the data sample can be really limited and more secured. For example, if you think about the data you collect from the cars, the road condition can be very different from different locations, and hence the distribution of the data set will be very different. So the Flower is designed to support any kind of the FL setup, whether it's across the organizations in the cross-silo scenarios, or cross the device over different phones to train to be able to support in different apps or different kind of the devices like mobile phone, like cars. So what we really want is to train the model like any kind of the device, like in the cross-silo scenarios or cross-device, or the cars, or combining of the cars, of the phones, or the IoT device, or any kind of the home robots. So basically, it can be achieved and can be trained on any kind of the device. And also, on the server side, we want the Flower or the federated learning to be able to run on different workload, whether it's the vanilla federated learning or federated analytics, or more innovative way of the combinations or the hybrid version of different kind of workload. Also, we want to highlight that Flower is not only for the corporates or the organizations or the institute, it's also for the academic research as well, which you don't have access to multiple devices, and then you want to run your experiment to test all your theories on the simulation scenarios. So we built our virtual client engine to run the simulations, which enable us to scale up to a large number of the clients within a single machine. So in addition to what we saw, we actually want to do is at different levels. So first, we want people to be able to build and run experiment systems involving minimal number of the clients and make it easy to prototype new ideas or theories on your machine. And then we want you to be able to scale up of this experiment on the cluster of machines. And then pure simulations does not really cut it, especially if you are interested in real-world scenarios with the heterogeneous hardware environment. So we want you to be able to run on real devices or real clusters, as well as eventually, if you are happy with what you have, we want you to be able to deploy it into the productions and to global distribute it across a large number of the clients. So you probably guess it, there's a lot of technical challenges, and that's why Flower is working hard with a lot of researchers and engineers across the world. It's a collaborated effort. And Flower is also able to support different kinds of platforms, different kinds of libraries, different kinds of languages, either simulations or real devices or over the cloud. We also have specific libraries such as the speech brain to be able to run the speech recognitions over Flower. We currently crossed 1.9K stars on GitHub, and the most amazing part is not just the numbers, it's the fact that Flower is a global community with the FL enthusiasts. It's not just like being able to do the research, and then it's delivering Flower's mission to make the federated learning more approachable and easier to run and more easily accessible to everyone. Now we have released Flower 1.2, and at the same time, it feels like it's only a starting, so we're planning a lot of stuff going forward, and today I would like to give you a first glimpse of the stuff and the project we are working on and tackling right now. Even though with Federated learning, the data set stays on the device, it's still not guaranteed for the privacy or the security of the data set. It is shown in many existing literatures that even with Federated learning, it's vulnerable to various attacks like the membership inference attack, data reconstruction attack, backdoor attack, or data poisoning attack, model poisoning attack. So with this kind of vulnerabilities, a lot of methods are developed or techniques such as the secure aggregations. So Flower is working on modular agnostic infrastructure to do this privacy-preserving machine learning workload. Currently, it's already on a plain secure aggregation is already implemented, but we would like to make it have more usabilities and modularities, which means that in the future it's easier to use secure aggregations, and we want it to be forward compatible with new and emergent approaches and techniques. Also, we would like to make Flower to be able to run multiple models, multiple tasks workload for more comprehensive machine learning tasks. Today, this workload are possible, but it's non-trivial to build. So we would like to build Flower to make it run independently, more smoothly, and easier for the researchers. Another point is currently Flower is running FL synchronously, which means that it runs on communications round. The central server will only aggregate the model parameters after you receiving all the update the model from the clients. But this means that it will suffer a lot on the stackers effect, meaning that if one particular client have very poor hardware, it trains really slowly, or if the internet is just really bad for the uploading the model parameters, which means that it can stuck at particular rounds forever. So we would like to make it possible for the Flower to run asynchronously. How to run asynchronously Federated learning efficiently without compromising the performance is still an ongoing research area, but we'd like to build our Flower to be able to run and do this experiment very easily. Lastly, through this lens, it's very obvious that Flower is it's kind of like the foundation. It's a group effort. It's a very early stage, but we are excited about it, and we wanted to share with all of you. So if you are excited about Flower's roadmap or about Federated learning, please feel free to contact us, to collaborate with us, or contribute in our code or run the experiment using Flower to test it out. Thank you very much for listening. Here is my email address, and here is the screenshot of our paper if you want more details about the Flower and the framework. And also, you can check out our website for more documentations or information on the new projects. And I'm going to open up for questions. Thank you very much.
We get the microphone? Oh, there's one there.
Just turn it on. I'm all across there.
We are working on a similar, let's say, technology. How do you solve the problem of standardization of different sources of data? I suppose you are using semantic. This is the first question.
I'm sorry, I don't.
I mean, the standardization problem of data, because we have several types of data.
Yeah.
So this means you have to standardize them.
Yeah.
To do this one, especially in an area of federated training, etc., are you using some kind, you mentioned you use virtualization. This means a semantic approach or other type of...
I think how you process the data is another problem of how to run FL efficiently. It's not to do with the framework. So it's like, it opens up another question, how to deal with different kinds of data sets and how you build new strategies for FL to run, to have perform better, but it's not exactly, so our framework is very open and it's very agnostic to have for you to implement new ideas, to allows you to pre-process the data very easily. Everything is modular, so whenever you want to do to standardize your data or whatever you want to do to pre-process your data, you can easily achieve using Flower.
So I see that you are dealing globally. This means you can access from any part of the world on...
So this is the, you mean the globally we want to do is the kind of the roadmap, like currently there's a lot of people from globally are using that, but eventually if you want to put your stuff into production fauna globally, but the Flower as a framework allows you to do it, but how you actually do it is kind of another question regarding the regulations, the laws, and how you standardize that. That's not, I feel like it's not directly to do with the framework itself.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, well,
thank you very much.
So much. That was a great talk. Really, really interesting and a stimulating penultimate talk for the day. So we've got a couple of minutes now. We're just going to set the stage up again for our final panel of the afternoon. So you can go and grab a coffee or get a drink of water, and please be back here at 5 o'clock for the last talk of the day. Thank you. Welcome back for the last time to the Open Data Room at the inaugural State of Open conference. It's been a fantastic couple of days. We've had a great time here in this room. And we've had a lot of people join us, both in person and online, and some of those people have kind of stayed with us throughout. And that's great to see that passion about open data in our community. So as we know, data is the lifeblood of many industries, but plays a vital role in the financial services sector, and particularly in the capital markets world. Of course, separately to that, we've seen the revolution that is open banking over the past 5 years and how that has grown exponentially. Started in the UK and now present in more than 81 countries around the world. So returning to capital markets and to discuss how the industry is embracing open data collaboration to drive industry-wide standardization, we've got a great panel with representatives from the ISDA, the ICMA and ISLA. God, do you know, I haven't used that many acronyms since I was in the BBC. That's quite a mouthful. I'll let you explain them. As well as we've got Goldman Sachs, that's a bit more straightforward, and Finos Linus Foundation. The chair is Gab Colombo from Finos, and so I will leave him and his guests to properly introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emma. Welcome. We're going to try to keep it nice and sweet. It's the last panel of the day. I want to thank my panelists for being here. I'll start with a quick round of introduction. My name is Gabriele Columbro. I am the Executive Director of FINAS, the FinTech Open Source Foundation, which is the financial services-focused open source foundation under the Linux Foundation. I actually also have a second hat, which is the General Manager for Linux Foundation Europe. We just announced last September the creation of an entity in Europe, in Brussels. Fee, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, great. So I'm Fionn Ackland. I am a Vice President at Goldman Sachs. So I currently co-lead our global data modeling and governance team. That's my internal hat there. And then externally, I do a lot with all of our trade associations, including with the Common Domain Model, which we'll talk a lot about, and really thinking about how do we build data models in the industry for the industry, which is more what we'll talk about as we go through.
Rudy, you want to go next?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. My name is Rudy Vincent. I'm a senior advisor at ASTAR. So this is the International Swap Derivative Association. So it's a trade association that looks after some of our large banks around the world. And in my role, I particularly assist with some of our initiatives about data modeling and how indeed financial institutions are making use of that in a standardized way to make it safe and efficient.
Georgina.
I'm Georgina Jarrett. You'll be glad to hear the A on each of the acronyms means the same thing, so there's a bit of data consistency right there. We're all associations.
Yeah.
And we're not for profit, actually, so we sit in financial services, but we exist for the stability, security, and safe and effective and efficient operation of the different industries that we represent. ICMA is the International Capital Markets Association, not to be confused with the broader term capital markets, which is all products. We look up after the debt capital markets world. Bonds, government bonds, corporate bonds, that kind of thing, repo, collateral, etc. That's me, and I'm the head of FinTech Digitalization, so we work on a lot of the models side of things, and we've been part of the project that we're going to talk about.
Chris.
Last but not least, the International Securities Lending Association, ISLA, there you go. I work primarily on the digital side. Essentially, my main role is doing development of the Common Domain Model. So I've been working with Gab now towards getting the model into the CDM. It's been an exciting time for us all, I think, to be honest. And I think I've got the longest title as well, which is Senior Associate of Market Infrastructure and Technology. It didn't fit on the end. But there we go.
And you actually had to read it out of there so to remember it. But, and for the audience, we will quiz you on what those acronyms mean by the end of the session, so just pay attention. So thanks for being here. We're in an open source, open conference. It's not quite common to see financial services participating to an open collaborative process. So, Finos is one of, just to set the stage, is one of the few vertically focused foundations within the Linux Foundation and more broadly in the ecosystem out there. We're focused specifically on financial services rather than necessarily on a particular piece of technology, but certainly collaboration on data and data models has been one of the, since the very beginning, one of our, cornerstones, especially since Goldman Sachs also open sourced a framework called Legend, which is hosted now in Finos. We think open source goes beyond code and really is about delivering business value. And so FI, as a representative, of one of the sort of largest investment banks in the world, can you talk about why open standardization and, open source is so important to financial services?
Absolutely. So I think when you think about open source, at least in my mind, having grown up through the financial industry, you think of it as a very techie side of things. Actually, a lot of the tech, we were talking about it before, a lot of the tech organizations as part of the bigger banks are some of the biggest parts of the organization. And I think that's just telling about the amount of data now that has to come through, along with other things. And the reason it's so important is it's less about the volume of data, which I think is perhaps the issue or the complexity in other industries. In the financial industry, it's actually the complexity of the structure, like the data structures. And because what we're trying to do is model and represent contracts between multiple parties, in some cases, of really complex products. So imagine people in the room, if you are familiar with perhaps what a bond is, that's perhaps on the more simpler side of the financial industry. And we go all the way to the other end where we have really complex structured derivatives that can represent and have a lot of these things as the underlies. And we've somehow got to store all of that data, but also then share it across the industry. And I think it's the sharing it bit that really we start thinking about when we're talking about standards. Because you can imagine you only have to look sort of across, I'm sure you have this when you're working sort of globally. You say one word to a colleague in another country and they're thinking something else. And you can cross wires forever until you realize that what you actually said is not what they heard. And we have that all the time within the financial industry. We're talking about one thing and the other person's heard something else. And so really what we're looking at when we're talking about open standards here and using it in the financial industry is just making sure we're talking the same language when we start, so that when we're sharing data, we're sharing the data for what we really mean, as opposed to what we think the other person's heard. So hopefully that makes sense as to why we need it in the financial industry, and it's really grown in that space.
That's a really good. I also understood, and I don't come from financial services.
You were supposed to already understand.
Yeah, well, I guess. On that note, and let's see how much I understood in the last 5 years. What we're going to talk about today is a really interesting initiative that is going to happen, that is happening in Finos, a project that we're working together around the common domain model. The common domain model is actually a model to represent financial instruments across the 3 different associations that we're going to talk about. And, we have worked a lot on the open source side of modeling data, and more recently, the 3 associations decided to actually take a leap from open standards to open source. Not only so, but they decided to join forces and collaborate on their data model to create a unified data model, and then open sourcing it in Finos. So let me go to the associations, and again, you got to remember the acronyms. This is an industry that is, is pretty familiar with standards, FIX, Swift. Some of you might have heard about those standards, but it's certainly not, very well renowned to be an open source participant. So this is a 2-part question for each one of you. Can you share with the audience, why each association has decided to, firstly, collaborate with each other, and then secondly, to actually move to the open source model of development under Finos? Georgina, you want to start?
Sure. Well, we shouldn't take the badge here because we joined our friends in ISDA and ISLA last. So I don't know, is that last mover advantage, or if we let them do the hard work and then we turn up and add our bit on the end? So I think in simple terms, we have a massive membership, and we worked out before we came in here that between the 3 trade associations, we represent about 2,000 financial services participants, let's call it, not just banks, asset managers, issuers, all sorts of people who play in that industry front to back. And actually, we go to our members often to say, what would you like us to work on? You know, we're very tiny teams, but we're there to do good things for them. So actually, from our perspective, this was something that was voted for by the members to say, look, it would be really useful if we could represent these transactions that should be very simple. You're right, I'm happy to be the simple one on the stage. By the way, it's also spectacularly important in how we fund our countries and, you know, how the government hopefully doesn't, you know, do the wrong thing, as we've seen quite recently in this country. But, you know, how we model those transactions in one way, there is no reason for us to model them in different ways. It's just happened that way because the industries have grown up like cress or grass seed or whatever in their own ways, individually and independently, because there was nothing to work from that was kind of like, this is how we should model this transaction. So if we were starting again, and we're a bit far down the road for that, we would definitely design the fundamental flows of those transactions in a singular way that all, in our case, 620 organisations followed and understood and spoke the same language, to Fee's point. And we are global, we're all global actually, so across all those countries, across governments, you know, etc. So that's why, joining together, why would we build something that Fee has to talk to 3 of us about? You know, that would be a bit silly. So I think, you know, representing one of our many 2,000 consumers, you know, they don't want the trade associations to be doing their own thing. That's not helpful. We represent different products, but we're all in financial services. So, I mean, again, I think it's unusual that we collaborate this closely. So, it's a good thing.
Chris, Rudy. You want to go next, Chris?
A lot of the banks are members of all the associations.
Yep.
So they're not just members of ISLA, for example, they are members of all 3. So it behooves us basically to actually do this together. And I think, you know, banks are not famous for wanting to spend money. So if we can do it together, we can help them save some money too. So beneficial from that perspective too.
And
makes a lot of sense.
I have the privilege to have been part of the common domain model initiative from the start. And one of the fundamental principles was to establish this common language across the boards to lower the barriers and ensure that the same data can serve multiple business services, multiple functions, and the ability to describe with the same language how to exchange things, how to pay for things together, really pave the way for better efficiency, pave the way for better data quality.
Yep.
And what we realized from the start is that if we have an opportunity, it's about the data, because it underpins so many systems, so many processes, so many functions in the financial sector. So we realized, let's make it happen. And we've been at it for about 5 years now. So we have had a chance to really build something that is arguably robust enough to become useful. And this is where the open source framework really is extremely helpful, because to define the standards, we need adoptions. We need to bring it out there. You need to come out of the garage where we were tinkering with all those tools, and we're like, look, now let others use it. Let others give us the feedback on what works, what doesn't, and really together collaborate, leverage the extremely powerful power of a community like the open source framework, and bring vendors and implementers together as here's a tool that the financial industry has recognized as this bring us together. Therefore, others can leverage it to build solutions. And that's really where one of the reasons why open source is particularly helpful. And this is also why we thought, let's collaborate together as a common approach across within us.
And you mentioned standards as well, like FIX and SWIFT.
Yep.
This, I mean, it's a great point Rudy just made as well. About 6 years ago, the ISO 20022 standard came out for SFTR, which is a massive reporting regime, basically. I use regime rather than regulation because it is very restrictive. And they requested so much data, and they wanted it in a particular format, which actually was a really good idea. And I think at that point, the industry then sort of thought, hang on a minute, we're going to have to provide this information. It's got to be in a standard format. We should have been doing this for 10 years. But we hit it too late. So every vendor went out, and the banks as well, developed their own platforms, their own individual applications to go and service the requirement from the regulators. If that actual standard, if we'd realized we needed a standard beforehand, then the regulators wouldn't have needed to enforce this new standard because we would have had it already.
Yep.
This is where open source comes into play, because if we'd actually had the community involved, it would have been developed, there would have been no pain at all. Regulator wants this data, done. Got no click today.
Nervous.
It's okay. Yeah, better now.
That's fascinating, and I mean, you know, it's good for customers. If I can paraphrase, it's good for regulators, and I think this is actually, you know, we're super excited to support you in this journey as you know, a foundation that is very much focused on the industry. And you know, we also see the potential. I think that's sort of the other level of alignment with FINAS. We see major potential for regulators to also be, you know, gaining by the inherent transparency that open source provide to the process. So we talk about vendors. We talk about regulators. We talk about customers. Let's talk about a potentially more controversial topic. Let's spice it up a little bit. This is an industry, financial services, that, you know, historically has been, you know, from someone that is coming from open source, from other industries, been historically, you know, quite locked in, you know, by vendors, and sometimes using, you know, and even basing their business models on proprietary data formats, let alone proprietary code, of course. So why would, you know, vendors buy into this idea, not only of an open standard, but actually of, you know, open source? I mean, Fee, I'll start with you as the consumer here.
Yeah, I'm going to probably come at it from a slightly different angle. I think for us, when we're actually engaging with our vendors, we want to avoid situations where there's potentially monopolies developing. And so by having open standards, something that is open source, it means that from a format perspective at least, or the language side that we're talking about, we're all speaking the same language. It's equally not necessarily the proprietary part of a vendor's offering. Or at least it shouldn't be. The way we describe a product, the details that need to be exchanged for a confirmation of a contract or whatever we're talking about, the actual data format isn't really proprietary. How they use it and what the data is, absolutely. But from a format perspective, it shouldn't be. And so I actually think for many vendors, using something that's already been built for them actually saves them a lot of time. But actually, from sort of our perspective, it reduces that barrier to entry, and so it allows and avoids that sort of monopoly, perhaps, building. I think the other side, for me, just a little bit on from that, is actually allowing, by open source, it actually allows them into the conversation. So sort of a lot of the historic part of the financial services has been about who's at the table, and sort of the people at the table are getting the say, and that perhaps hasn't been the entire industry either. And so by having it in an open source space, we're actually getting a lot more players to the table, and also not just financial services people coming in, right? Even through FINOS, it's not just financial services people that are at the table, and actually as a financial services industry, we can learn from other industries and actually get that input. So a slightly different answer to it. But for me, it's definitely about the lowered barriers of entry and not competing on something that's not necessarily proprietary, if that makes sense.
I think that's spot on. Rudy?
And that very much speaks, again, to one of the key objectives of this initiative, the common domain model, is to recognize that there is no point with two different banks trying to represent in two different ways the same transaction, the same agreement. It doesn't make sense. And when you speak with implementers and vendors, well, if the market participants agree on here's one way that we expect to represent the agreement, and you present it to an implementer who will say, look, I want to build a matching tool, I want to build a solution that speaks to the banks, well, here's a tool that really accelerates your implementation, accelerate your journey for providing that service. Because the banks are effectively expressing, here's how I expect to represent that agreement. Therefore, you can pick that and run with it, because then you can focus on your business offering. So there is clearly an opportunity by bringing the common domain model in an open source setup to lower indeed the barriers for implementation, to bring that neutral ground across the community, so that the big firms as well as the small implementers together, they can benefit from it immediately. They can provide immediate feedback on what works, what doesn't work. Therefore, the expectation is that it accelerates the journey for real efficient solutions.
Value added, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think to answer your question a little bit, Gav, about why the industry grew up the way it did, and we've talked a little bit about the fact that I was at HSBC before ICMA, which I joined quite recently, for a long time, and actually these institutions, by the nature of being independent from one another, have had to build their own technology solutions, etc. They have deep legacy stacks that are extremely difficult, speaking from very personal experience, to even slightly unpick. So trying to re-engineer that kind of world to make everybody speak the same language and use the same models is an interesting debate. And I think one of the things we've all been talking about is the next step is adoption. We've built it, we give it to Finos, we go, ta-da, everybody, here it is, you can all use it. Which, as you say, if you're a small vendor and you're starting out, great, pick it up, use it, brilliant, you don't have to start again, and we start to get some standardization. I think the reason that that has happened historically is that for some reason in financial services, you know, everything was built individually by them, by their own technology departments. We didn't buy technology in the old days. We were scared of the cloud, you know. Yeah. We were like, wow, that's really dangerous. And if I do that, it's all going to go wrong. It's like, do you honestly think that HSBC's data centers are safer than the biggest technology vendors in the world? So that's been a real emotional shift for those institutions. And now we're seeing some of the fintechs, some of the smaller organizations coming in, and we're more open. The financial service industry is more open to going, okay, let's have a look at what you guys have got. If it's a model that we've contributed to as financial services participants, and we know it's quite good and it's pretty accurate, and we've done it together and it's taken 5 years and we've all gone grayer in the process. I'm not talking about you. Talking about me, even though I wasn't there. But you know, if you have all gone grayer in the process, then you trust the model because you've been part of the journey. So you already know you've built something together, and therefore it's got to be pretty good because it's had a lot of eyes on it. Yeah. But I think that's a massive culture shift that's happened in the last, I don't know. I guess if you were in the technology department, you'd say longer. But for me, on the business side of things, I would have said, what, 5 years or so?
I would say 5 years.
5 to 10 maximum.
Yeah.
So, yeah. New world.
I'm going to have to apologise because, Georgina, unfortunately...
Did I steal your answer again?
No. Oh. I am, unfortunately, a vendor. Well, I was working for a vendor for 25 years, so the product...
Don't apologise.
I have to apologise. I'm sure our product was one of those products that gave you the headache. But basically, yeah, 25 years ago, there were not many products on the market, especially from a securities lending perspective. And we did try to tie you in with data. Yep. Our product was actually very good at inputs and outputs. Basically, we had profile-based, we could manage the data, fantastic. You chuck anything at us, we could manage it, we could take it in. We didn't care, it was in a million different formats because we could do that and we tied you into our product. Now, as Georgina has said, if you're trying to get rid of those products, you move into the cloud, for example. You can't, it's impossible. We had a client, well, from my old company, I had a client who wanted to upgrade a version. They didn't do it because it was going to cost them in excess of £1 million to do. So they thought, well, okay, we'll just stay where we are. Great decision, not. So essentially, moving to a common standard means we're going to move away from the legacy systems. It gives you the opportunity to actually do something that everybody else can actually use together rather than you're stuck with this one application. From a vendor's perspective, you may think, oh, crikey, why do we want to do that? We want to tie you in still. Yep. When I was a developer, I used to spend about 80% of my time basically doing business as usual. I would spend about 20% of my time doing innovation. As the market moved, we lost traction because the other companies were coming in, these small disruptors, the unicorns, they were coming in going, right, we can do that. They're still in the past. We can do that now. We'll do that now. We can do it better. We can communicate with all the other systems just as well. You're stuck in the past. So what we should have been doing was switching that around so it was 80% innovation, 20% spent on the data, etc., the business as usual. Yep. If the standards were there and we could communicate with all the other systems without having to actually spend 80% of this time wasted, yep, then we would have been miles ahead. Yep. We didn't. So basically the standardization should improve vendors to actually come up with more products, yep, accelerate that, because someone already in the open source realm will probably have done 90% of what you want already. You use that open source, job done.
It's fascinating. I mean, I'm personally quite proud to hear you guys talking about avoiding monopolies, innovation, the business value of open source, better interaction with regulators. It's interesting how, coming from the open standard world versus the open source world, we're ultimately motivated by sort of the same goals. And that's why I think this is a match made in heaven here. But look, we're drawing to a close. So I want to do a quick lightning round with the three associations. We're one of the most clearly conservative and regulated industries in the world. Our community, our finance community is based, half here in the city and half in Wall Street. And I've been always, I think the way Finos was able to crack such an industry was really to start from the why, starting from the business value, as you touched upon, Georgina, of open source. It's hard to sell open source in regulated industries for open source sake. So 30 seconds. Can you share with us a quick statement? It's going to be 1 minute statement, so now 15 seconds, the more I keep talking. What's been the hardest thing in convincing your boss in the process of open sourcing the CDM? Chris.
It was actually very easy for me, because I changed job to basically help open source the CDM. So
great.
I had absolutely no problems persuading my boss. He employed me specifically for the task. So
easy answer. I let you off easy on that one.
I'm quicker. I didn't do it. So
great, perfect.
Picked it up.
Almost like as we hadn't prepared.
Didn't do it.
Well,
I've included you are the most.
He needs more seconds.
I think I'll say that this, for us, is a little bit of unknown territory.
Yes.
We're coming from a very traditional ecosystems where things are done by the book, so to speak. There is this element of innovations, there's an element of fast pace.
Yep.
And that's a part that where we are learning. We are setting new precedents, and we need to really learn quickly.
Yep.
And for me, and one of the open question is, okay, are we gonna make it? And we believe so, because we've tested it internally. Now, let's get it out of the garage, give it to the world, let's work together.
Thank you, guys. We're here to help. And
You better learn what it is, though, before we see you next time.
Man, I gotta do my homework. But seriously, we're so honored to be part of this journey with you. And for those of you who want to be involved, this is open source. So there's no price tag attached to it. This is one of the beauties of open source foundations. We have an initiative called Open RegTech that really focuses on mutualizing through open source the cost of regulation, the interaction with regulators, finos.org. And with that, I want to thank you, the panelists, and open up for questions, if there's any.
And over here, we've got a microphone.
Okay, I have some questions. All right. So
Can we let this?
Hi there. It sounds like regulation helps bring you together in order to start down this route. If I'm looking at the learnings of this and seeing how we can speed up the adoption in other areas, if you didn't have that regulation, what would have helped bring you together to go down this route?
Ooh. That's a fascinating question.
Yeah.
Would you want to say something?
I was going to say immediately, regulation is certainly what we call a use case, an area of application.
Yeah.
But it's one of many. Ultimately, it's cost, efficiency, and safety. And
I think it's also our clients, right? It's the 2,000 firms that we represent. I mentioned, when they say to us, guys, we don't want to talk to all three of you. I mean, it's 3 different desks, right? It's 3 different products traded, so there are different people in the bank that deal with the different products. But for a standard model, a transaction model, it's them that is, I guess, saying, you guys really should work together. We don't want you. We don't compete. We don't make revenue, actually, as I mentioned. So whilst we're not charities, it's not far off. We exist only for the good of the industry. So the banks are kind of saying, please, work together. That's bonkers. Why wouldn't you talk to each other?
I think eventually there would have been I don't know what the catalyst would have been. There would have been something that I think that would have essentially moved everyone together. Just like open source. 20 years ago, where was open source?
Almost a fashion,
you look at it
isn't
now, and it's like, you know, it's overtaken the world, and it's still going to keep going. I think the same thing would have happened in financial services as well. There was, essentially, when SFTR, when this new standard, the ISO 20022 came out, there was already an understanding that people were going to have to work together more, and I think that was the catalyst, the regulations. So what will be the next catalyst, I don't know.
The regulatory bit is a massive, painful often, but incredibly important for everybody to protect everyone.
Yeah.
Catalyst for change, actually. So if you sit within the banks, every year about 50% of their change budget is spent on responding to regulation.
Yeah.
And normally, where we manage to collaborate with our regulators, that drives change for good as opposed to not for good. So much as they probably complained about that and probably still do, actually it's a huge catalyst for things to change. So yeah, it's still a very important part of that. I'm not sure it was only regulation that would bring us together though, but it's a big part of it.
Yeah, I'd have thought, Rudy, when we started off, what was it, back in 2016, right? We kicked off the common domain model. I think that catalyst was more about the post-trade processing side of contracts in the derivatives industry. So we were talking really about, I've got this contract between two people. If I'm talking about perhaps an interest rate swap, it can be 25, 40 years long, and lots can happen on that one, just on that one contract over 40 years.
Yeah.
And every time I've got to speak to my counterparty on that over 40 years, we're going to keep clashing. We've got to send money every couple of months. We're going to keep mismatching. And so that's just one contract. And we've got hundreds of thousands of them. I wouldn't like to say how many going around. So I think actually, at least on the derivative side, the catalyst was more from the operational efficiency and effectiveness side of things. By all means, regulation obviously comes into that, and we're getting the benefits across everything. I'd also say in terms of the communication across the three associations, if you think about a derivative, the underlying product of a derivative is something that the ICMA are looking after. It's the primary bond, or it's the prime. So in order for us to even represent a derivative, we need the bond representation to start with. And so we could have, or I say we, ISDA could have gone and done that representation themselves of a bond, but why not get it from the association that actually looks after these things and make sure they're the same? And so I think the joining together of all of them is because these financial products are so interconnected that even to get a derivative, you need the other data points.
What she said.
That's banking for you, nobody understands.
One more question? Yeah?
Sure.
I mean, you are three associations put together, and you do this standardization. So you have also the problem of a big data at this stage. So I would like to know more, what is the role of data engineering? Because I see the data engineering inside this concept of big data and data modeling, because you derive product. So do you have this division on how you operate it?
Oh.
Do we have a data engineering division?
Please.
We absolutely do. I am part of it. Yes, we do have a data engineering department. What do we do within a bank? We are really about looking after the data for the firm. So that's passing data through the firm, but it's also sharing data externally in the best way that we can, making sure that it is modeled, that there's consistency, that the quality is high, and by that we mean we have it well modeled, and that if someone needs that data, they're going to the single source of that data, not the 10 systems that might hold it in 10 different ways. We want to make sure there is an authoritative data store for each piece of data that the firm needs, and everyone who needs that goes to the same place. So that's really what we're doing as a division, is making sure that we are consolidating the firm's data, and then making sure that everyone who wants to access it has easy access to it through data models, through data mappings, so that we can ensure the quality and consistency of data.
And that's a massive change of heart, right? Because for many years, I don't think the banks even understood that their data was important, that they had to look at, that they owned it. They were like, yeah, that's with technology. Yep. Tech and data are together. We don't worry about that. We just trade and do this. And then suddenly, over time, the banks started to realise that, well, all the institutions, that actually data is their most important asset, and actually in many cases is in a complete mess. So there's so much data, but they can't actually get it together into the data lake and then start to sort it out, you know, put AI onto it and understand their own insights, right? We've gone a long way, I think, to your point, Fee, but also those roles in the business.
I meant to cut you off. I was going to sneak in the open source angle here, which is, yeah, of course. Actually, Goldman Sachs is one of the main contributors to the Finos Foundation, not just from a membership standpoint, but 3 years ago, they contributed a project, as I mentioned, called Legend, which is a very advanced production-ready data modeling platform, logical data modeling platform, visual modeling platform, which actually, and that's where I think it's really interesting, it's not just about, other firms, of course, can take this platform, use it, install it. We have several other banks that are now sort of using the same technology. But we, as Finos, we hosted the Legend platform to invite, and Fee and the associations played an important role there, to invite data modelers to work in an open source manner. Actually, this platform stores data in GitLab, so ultimately the underlying code is open source code that you can go and raise pull requests or made requests against. But we invited a whole new population, a whole new set of personas to work through open source governance, through open means. There is not just your typical developer, is the data modeler, is the data engineer, is business folks. I mean, someone that actually can explain to a non-industry participant what the hell are they doing. And so I think that's been a really interesting area for us, I think in reflection to data being the lifeblood.
Insights, right, but we just couldn't get them.
Yep.
Couldn't get them. But yeah, massive topic, I think.
Excellent. Huge topic.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to let people go because we've overrun by 5 minutes, which is more than I've let anyone do in the last 2 days.
We are in Italy. We'll be on
Italian,
time.
that's good.
Yeah.
Really
And
good.
you're very special people, so you deserve the extra 5 minutes. The 5 minutes that I give, I give it gladly to you. So
thank you.
Let's thank our. Please stay where you are. Don't move off the stage just yet. But I'd like to thank our final panel, Chris, Georgina, Rudy, Fee, and Gab for a great final panel session in the open data room. So can we put our hands together?
Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for this open data room at the first State of Open conference. I hope it won't be the last. I think Amanda mentioned downstairs that she's starting planning for the next one in 3 weeks' time, so that bodes well for all of us. I do have a few thank yous that I'd like to say. I'd like to thank the amazing AV team at the back there who kind of made this completely seamless for us. We sort of walked in yesterday, none of us had met each other before, and it was just brilliant. They're real pros, so thank you to all of you for your help. I'd like to thank our Open UK volunteers who've been brilliant and ceaseless in their energy and commitment, so thank you to you. Of course, thank you to our wonderful speakers who've just been brilliant. It's been mind-blowing, the content that we've had over the last 2 days. The ODI crew have been fantastic support to me particularly, but to our audience as well. And finally, last but not least, to you, the audience, thank you so much for coming along, being so enthusiastic, asking questions, and being appreciative of the content that we've put on for you. So I think everybody should just give themselves a massive round of applause. See you next year. Hopefully before. Don't be strangers, as they say.